Madam President, you're up.
It is now 5:01. I, Ysidro, the President of the Governing Board, call the September 4th, 2025 regular board meeting of the Ysidro School District to order at 5:01. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that our translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translator's table to pick up the headset. Number 2, our roll call, I will now ask Superintendent and Secretary to the Board, Dr. Potter, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Governing Board meeting. We are on agenda item number 2, roll call. We will begin with Board President Zenata Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member Kenya Peraza. Present. Madam President, all 5 board members are here. We do have a quorum.
Number 3, the agenda for item number 3. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following corrections. To correct the recommendation for General Administration Agenda Item 13.4 to say accept nominations for the CSBA Directors at Large, African American and American Indian.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Should we get off? Yes. Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Number 4, public comments. We have a public comment from allegedly Andra, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly, from the San Diego Live Data.
I sit here.
On closed session.
It's cranked up or not?
All the feedback.
There we go.
You see the timer from there? It's to your right.
Yes, I
You
am.
have 3 minutes.
Okay, I will use it wisely. It's interesting that nobody's here, really, I mean, except for probably mostly people who work for the school district. And, you know, when we go into closed session in any kind of board, the sad thing is that this is how a lot of things get hidden because, you know, boards aren't willing to talk to the public and be transparent about the litigation that they are, you know, potentially going to have to engage in. And transparency and accountability is extremely important. That's why I find it's kind of sad that there aren't more people at school board meetings all the time, because it's important to hold people accountable and make sure that the things that are going on in children's schools and with children, or anybody for that matter, is, you know, watched on a level that, you know, people know exactly what's happening. And I'm finding a lot of labor negotiations that happen all the time. So we sit here and we give people more money, but when you see the things around us, services are lacking much of the time, but yet we're giving people raises time after time after time, and then there's no money left to really provide the services that are needed. So I don't know, potentially a lot of times, why we're paying these people more money when things are being sacrificed for that. And, you know, when you have a public employee discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment, that's something that the people should be aware of. Who is that? What is that about? You know, it shouldn't just be something that you can put on a piece of paper here, and because nobody's here, think that you can kind of just get, you know, away with these types of things. And then even the significant exposure to litigation, there's 4 cases. What do those cases entail? You know, is it something that the people need to know about? And why is it that, you know, people talk about transparency and accountability, but then we go into closed session? That should actually be done in front of the public, not behind closed doors where nobody can see what's being talked about. And then usually when boards come back, they'll say, you know, well, we'll report back to you after we're done. And what do they say? Nothing was done. So the people are kept in the dark. And it's not good to do that, because it's like, if there's nothing wrong that you're doing, you should have no problem being transparent, out in the open with the people. But you can tell when people want to go and do things behind closed doors that there are potentially nefarious or, malicious things that could be going on. And why is it that the people can't be aware of that? Your guys' job is to work for the people. So do you work for yourself so that you can keep everything, hush hush? Or do we work for the people and make sure that everybody, even if they're here or not, knows exactly what is going on in their school district? So I urge you to, think about these things and think about, what your job is, and when you're not, willing to be transparent with the people, why is that? And maybe reflect back and maybe there's things that you can do to course correct and change the way things work. So that's it.
Thank you. 5.1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. 5.2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismiss, Release, and Resign. 5.3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for us to adjourn to closed session at 5:07 p.m.
Is there a second?
I second.
May I have a vote? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are now going into closed session.
Madam President, you have
We are now reconvening into open session for the closed session at 6:32 p.m. Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. And there is nothing to report from closed session. I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Potter, to conduct roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our governing board meeting. We are on agenda item number 7, which is roll call. Board President Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk Eileen Lopez.
Present.
Board Member Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, all 5 board members are here. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now for the flag salute, I'd like to invite Nicolas Gonzalez from Vista del Mar, who will lead us in the flag salute.
Let's give Nicolas a round of applause.
Nicholas,
Want to go to there?
come on over here. Let's get you.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Gonzalez, and I am in the 7th grade at Vista Del Mar School. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
We will now begin our board recognition and distinguished champion award, and I will now like to ask our communications specialist, Christina Simsa, to come to the podium where she is already, thank you, to start our board recognitions and distinguished champion awards. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Board President, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and members of our audience. I'm very proud tonight to celebrate students from BDM for reaching a significant milestone in their academic journey. And for that, we have the school principal, Matthew Gay.
Good evening, President Rosario, trustees, Superintendent Potter, and members of the community. It is my honor tonight to welcome you all here to Vista Del Mar Middle School, home of the Sharks. And I'm very pleased to be presenting you with both student and staff recognitions on behalf of our school. At VDM, we take pride in celebrating hard work and accomplishments of our Sharks, and tonight I am thrilled to be able to highlight several of our outstanding students and staff members. First, I would like to recognize 4 students who have achieved a perfect score on the math portion of the CASP test last year. This is an incredible accomplishment, and it reflects not only their talent, but their commitment to excellence. Please join me in congratulating Nicholas Gonzalez,
Stay up here. Stay up. Nicholas.
I'm right here. And you can stay up here.
Next, we have Andres Moreno.
There you go, Andres.
Next, we have Julian Sanabria. And finally, we have Jeremiah Villarruel.
Can I grab your certificate?
Your certificate, bud? Thank you. We are so proud of these students and setting a high bar of demonstrating what is possible through the perseverance and dedication. Thank you, students.
So I can take the photo from here. Perfect. Yes, she's coming.
Oh, there she is.
Yes, this is great. Ready? Parents, if you want to take photos, can you take photos? Yeah, you can come over here and take photos.
Right for distance, say. Look and get your photo. Everybody smile
One more. Just one more. This is a better shot. Thank you, congratulations.
Next, I'd like to honor 3 members of our staff whose daily efforts make a tremendous impact on our school community. Each one goes above and beyond to support our students and help create a safe, welcoming, engaging learning environment. Tonight, we recognize our Campus Security Officer, Carlos Gomez Mendez. Our administrative clerk, Ms. Tanisha Grijalva, unfortunately is not going to be able to be here tonight. She is attending a memorial service and won't be with us tonight, but we do want to honor her. In addition to that, finally, I'd like to recognize, not only does he serve as our 8th grade PE coach, an ELD teacher, but he's also our ELOP coordinator. Can I have Mr. Jose Herrera please come forward? These individuals represent the heart of Vista Del Mar. Their hard work and dedication inspire both students and colleagues, and it is my privilege to celebrate them publicly. On behalf of our school, I want to thank the board for allowing us to recognize these distinguished champions and congratulate them for their hard work and the effort that they put in for our school. Thank you.
This is perfect. This is good. 1, 2, 3. One more. Anyone else would like to take photos? Congratulations. And we do have cookies and water for our kiddos outside. Madam President, we do have one public comment by Mr. Pablo Saenz. Yes. It goes before. It goes before this one. This is the only. Okay.
Okay. Let's start there.
He's setting the timer.
Yes. Good evening, President Rosario, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Potter, and members of the San Ysidro community. My name is Pablo Saenz Ferretti. I'm a member of the bargaining team and a job steward of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 154, San Ysidro. On behalf of CSEA, Chapter 154, on behalf of our chapter president, Mr. Fidel Castro, and the chapter e-board, I want to sincerely thank the board for taking the time tonight to recognize and celebrate our secretaries and clerks across the district, and also for recognizing BDM Campus Security, Mr. Carlos Gomez Mendez, a pillar of this school. These are the professionals who are often the very first faces that students and families see when they walk onto a campus or call into an office. And they're the ones who welcome a new family with the warmth, who comfort a parent who may be worried, who guide a student who may feel lost. And they're the heartbeat of our front offices, keeping communication flowing, records accurate, and operations running smoothly. But their contributions go beyond the day-to-day tasks. They build relationships, they create trust, they make our schools places where families know they're valued and respected. There's this steady presence that reminds every student, you belong here and you matter. And we know that secretaries and clerks often go above and beyond without expecting recognition. That is why this moment is so meaningful. By shining a light on their service, you affirm what we already know. These employees are essential to student success and family engagement at the San Ysidro School District. So once again, thank you, members of the board, superintendent, for highlighting their dedication and commitment, and to our secretaries and clerks, and our BDM Campus Security, and Mr. Mendez. Please know that your union, your district, and your community see you, celebrate you, and we very much appreciate the work you do. Gracias.
9.2 district and school secretary clerks. It will be presented by Director of Human Resources, Efrain Urciaga, and the Director of Educational Services and Pupil Services, Mr. Manuel Ojoyes.
Tonight we want to join with CSEA. Thank you, Pablo, for those very kind words. I'm going to try to, stay at that same level. We want to recognize and express our deep appreciation and for the incredible work of our school district office and school site secretaries and clerks. The start of the year is always a time of high energy, detailed coordination, and countless moving parts. And each of you plays a central role in making sure everything runs smoothly at the beginning of the year. From enrolling new students and preparing classrooms to supporting principals, staff, and families with information and resources, your efforts often happen behind the scenes, but are felt throughout the entire school community. Your calm under pressure, attention to detail, and positive attitude set the tone for a strong start to this school year. I know this very well. As a recent principal, I had the opportunity, the 15 years that I worked as a principal, I worked with the same secretary, administrative clerk, Ms. Maria Elena Hernandez. And I have to confess that I think without her, I would not have been an effective principal. I think the school secretary is an amazing person to help in the school. And Mr. Ojoyes will continue. So let's give a big round of applause. Ms. Diana's not here today, but let's give her, I think she's watching.
Board President, board members, Dr. Potter, it's an honor for me to participate in the recognitions of our secretaries and clerks. Over 29 years, I have had the privilege of working with some amazing staff in our district. At SIMS and Abuelo, I had the pleasure of working mainly with Ms. Maria Gomez, which I always call her and told her, you are the heart of our school. Thank you, Maria. Each of you contribute daily to the smooth operation of our schools and district office by supporting all students, families, teachers, administrators, and the wider community. Your professionalism, organizational skills, and commitment to ensuring that our school remain welcoming, efficient, and student-centered environments, on behalf of the San Ysidro School District, thank you for all you do. You are truly the heart of our schools. Thank you. As I call your name, if you can please come up forward so that we can provide you a certificate and recognition. From Educational Service Department, Ms. Elizabeth Originales and Marta Rodriguez de Torres. People Service Department, Guadalupe Barrera and Irene Lopez. The Special Education Department, Rocío Alvarado. Human Resources Department, Sara Almeida. From the Maintenance Operations Department, Ms. Lorena Vega, who unfortunately couldn't be here due to personal matters. Business Services Department, Patricia Caro. Child Development Center, Vivian Villanueva and Clarisa Limón. La Mirada Elementary, Jorge Cervantes y Giovanna Montes. Ocean View Hills Elementary, Elizabeth Moreno and Juana Murillo and Guillermina Rodríguez. Mike Elementary, Silvia Lugo and Telma Valenzuela. Sunset Elementary, María Elena Hernández and Laisha Gastelum. Willow Elementary, Erika Aviles, Marisela Talamantes and Clarisa Limón. San Ysidro Middle, María Gómez en Anaís Beas. En Vista del Mar Middle School, Cristina de Aller and Tanisha Grijalva. Congratulations to all.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. Oh, okay, first over here. Okay, ready? Over here. 1, 2, 3, another one. 1, 2, 3. Yes, now the
Again, before we begin the public comment, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. Ready to the back? I mean, that's a great way, thank you. And number 10, public comment, communications and open session. I'd like to remind everyone that the timer is here for the audience to your right. Please keep an eye on your time. If it does get close to the ending, I will ask you, remind you to finish your thoughts, and then we need to abide by the time that we give every individual. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Nancy Inea on IQ Air Foundation, non-agenda item. Clean Air for Kids program.
This way right here, and then you can sit right. Perfect, thank you. Yes, of course.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening. Can't tell you what an honor this is to be here and discuss the Clean Air for Kids program. Madam President, Superintendent Potter, and esteemed board members. My name is Nancy Danilla. I am the interim executive director of the IQ Air Foundation, and we're all about helping kids and administrators and teachers breathing clean air. And to give you a little history, I just really want to thank Ms. Christina and Jose for listening to me talk about the program and how we can help. A couple years ago, I work with an environmental justice group here in San Ysidro, Casa Familiar, and we work really hard on trying to get San Ysidro schools approved for funding, free funding, to help these children and to help our teachers and administrators. This is a very serious air quality issue out in San Ysidro. And we work with the community group who advocated working with us to get the schools clean air. This was 5 years ago, guys. I stayed on it and worked with the California Air Pollution District in Sacramento. We were able to put together grants 5 years ago, and we were patiently waiting to get approved for the grant. As you know, federal grants are a little tougher these days through the feds, but state administrators are allowing some money to come through, and we do have some money coming for the San Ysidro schools. I can't help but share in my passion that Mr. Jose and Christina, they understood, like, these kids need a chance to breathe clean air and for you guys so they can improve attendance, not get sick. This is near and dear to me. As I know, my family suffered very, very seriously with respiratory issues way back when. So just to be here is such an honor. I know I'm coming close to time. I really appreciate it. We do work with superintendents across the state. We were able to secure $26 million a couple of years ago for funding for kids all over the state. And about time San Ysidro got some. So yay, and thanks again for the honor to be here. I'm just gonna leave some brochures with Christina. Thank you, Mr. Jose. And I made it. Thank you.
Great way to start public comment. Thank you. Roxanne Palestino, non-agenda item.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, a parent with 2 daughters in this district. I'm here today because the recent facility evaluation report at Sunset State Preschool is not just about one site. It is a district-wide crisis of trust and safety. On January 15, 2025, a Sunset Preschool instructional aide made an inappropriate physical contact with a child, with a pre-K child. Forensic testing later confirmed evidence inside that child's garment. Based on this evidence, the instructional aide was arrested. Community care licensing found this to be a type A violation, the most serious level. That means it posed an immediate risk to the health, safety, and personal rights of children. By law, a type A citation must be posted for 30 days to warn families, and yet parents were not notified until 8 months later. 8 months. That is not protection. It is negligence. This district keeps telling us fences make our campuses safe. But how are fences protecting our children if the real dangers are happening inside? We want cameras that actually work at every school site, and entrances, hallways, playgrounds, and restroom hallways. We are not asking for cameras inside a classroom, but in common areas. Where's the accountability? We also demand that you reverse your so-called safe campus policy. That policy does not protect children. It protects staff from accountability. Parents have the right to know exactly who is working with our kids. We don't want men changing diapers. No staff alone with children behind closed doors. Children deserve dignity and protection at every site. The board must act now. Working cameras, restroom escort policies, reversal of the safe campus secrecy, immediate parent notification in real time and transparency across all schools to protect our children, not your image. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino, madre de 2 hijas en este distrito, y estoy aquí porque el reciente reporte de evaluación en Sunset State Preschool dice que el 15 de enero de 2025, una asistente de preescolar hizo contacto físico inapropiado con una niña de preescolar. Las pruebas forenses confirmaron evidencia dentro de la prenda de la niña. Con esa evidencia, el asistente fue arrestado. El Departamento de Licencias clasificó esto como una violación tipo A, el nivel más grave. Eso significa que representa un riesgo inmediato para la salud, la seguridad y los derechos personales de los niños. Por ley, una citación tipo A debe colocarse durante 30 días para advertir a las familias, y aún así, los padres no fueron notificados hasta 8 meses después. 8 meses. Eso no es protección.
Karina Robles, non-agenda item.
Good evening, members of the San Ysidro School District Board, Superintendent, Potter, administrators, and fellow parents. My name is Karina Robles, and I stand here today on behalf of concerned parents who are frustrated and disappointed and outraged by the decisions made by this district. Decisions that undermine our children's education, safety, and future. First, let's address the misuse of our trust and our tax dollars. The community approved bonds with the clear expectation that they will fund a new school to provide our children with the education they deserve. Instead, the district has chosen to prioritize a community center, a project that, while potentially valuable, was not what people voted for. This is a betrayal of our trust and a misallocation of resources. We demand that the district honor the voters' intent and redirect these funds to build the school we were promised. Our children's education is non-negotiable. Also, we are deeply troubled by the district restrictive policies that block parents from entering our children's schools. These rules violate our fundamental rights as parents to be involved in our children's education and to ensure their safety. By keeping us out, you are sending a message that we are not welcome, that our voices don't matter, and that you have something to hide. These restrictions are not working. They're alienating families and eroding trust. We demand that these barriers be removed immediately so we can actively participate in our children's school environment. Most alarmingly, we are here to address the district's failure to prioritize our children's safety. Recent news reports of teachers harassing and inappropriately touching students have shaken our community to its core. These are not isolated incidents. In 2022, my own daughter was harassed by a substitute teacher at San Ysidro Middle School, a teacher who had worked in the district for over 30 years. This individual attempted to meet my daughter outside of school and offer her money, an incident that was reported to Mr. Bojorquez, okay? And it still affects her and had caused her to lose trust in this district. How could someone with such behavior remain in our schools for decades? How many other children suffer because the district failed to act? We also learned about a recent case of abuse against a minor at one of the district's preschools at Sunset, to be specific, a case that was hidden from parents for far too long. Why were the parents not informed? Why was transparency not your first priority? You claim that children are your priority, yet your actions tell a different story. Time and time again, parents have demanded the installation of cameras in classrooms and school grounds to ensure accountability to protect our children, yet the district refuses. Why? Is it because you don't want evidence of what's happening behind closed doors? This refusal is unacceptable and raises serious questions about your commitment to student safety. Instead of addressing these incidents with meaningful action like installing cameras to deter and document misconduct, you have doubled down on secrecy by adding more restrictions to keep parents out. This is not protection, this is obstruction.
Mary Davis, non-agenda, public comment.
Hi, good evening. Mary Davis, Government Watchdog and your accountability partner. And tonight I'm here to advocate for transparency and accountability. And in particular, that's part of my pillars, TAPES, TAPES. Transparency, accountability, parent engagement, and stewardship. Always student-centered and outcome-based. And so what I'm asking for is, if you do have staff that misbehave. I know most of your staff is wonderful, and I really salute teaching, and instruction is a hard job, but like anything, whether it's law enforcement, religious leaders, whatever, there will be bad apples. And so what I'm asking is for transparency on that, whether it's the incident that happened that they're talking about, or at another district I monitor, they actually caught a teacher in the act, another employee caught him in the act, and instead of holding that employee accountable, that teacher, they transferred the employee who found it and hushed it all up. So there is a history in our education, and I'm talking about statewide, of circling the wagons, protecting the employees, and I'm saying that you need to uphold your stewardship both to the parents, but most to the future of those students. By being transparent, I'm asking for a database of any type of sexual assault, and also that you would categorize what type of abuse it is, whether it's physical, verbal, sexual, or maybe other. Categorize it, make that database transparent. Let's look at trend lines. And then I'd like to see this actually make it up to the California dashboard. Because again, what that does is it drags down the good work that the good teachers are doing. So we need to get the bad apples out. We need to protect the students. We need an accountable mechanism. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening.
Ysidro.
It's pretty egregious, the things that have been spoken about today. And it's really sad because I'm an independent investigative journalist, and I cover child trafficking, human trafficking. There's a huge child trafficking issue, not only in San Diego, but across the nation and across the world. It's a business, and it happens in schools, it happens in churches, it happens anywhere and everywhere, and it's so disgusting what happens when people protect predators over the victims. We shouldn't even have to talk about this kind of stuff, but the fact that it gets hidden for months, and then people claim like children are our future, we gotta protect the children, and then this kind of stuff happens. It's appalling, it's embarrassing. When you sit and you talk about children and you can't even make sure that they're not being sexually assaulted in a preschool. We're in a spiritual battle. And if you guys aren't aware of that, then you're not paying attention. And there's an attack on children right now, across the board. And things like this aren't unusual. That's what's so sad. So it happens every day, it happens within the county. People are hiring pedophiles and protecting them. And then medicating children and demonizing them for reporting it or trying to get help. And it's people like you and teachers who are supposed to be protecting the students when they're in your care. Because as soon as the teachers drop them off, that's the school's responsibility. And the fact that you want to block parents from being able to come on school grounds, yet we have AB 495, which means that somebody could turn in an affidavit that is elementary and juvenile at that, and come and take a child? What are you guys going to do about that? Because are you going to allow children to be trafficked and continue to be abused from the school district? Because this is a reflection of all of you. And you should be embarrassed that this is taking place, and do everything in your power to make sure it doesn't continue. Because you guys are going to have to meet our Maker one day. And do you want him to say, turn away from me, I never knew you? Or do you want him to welcome you with open arms because you did everything in your power to protect the children, his children, whether they're yours or not? And if you have children, then you better be careful, because if you don't protect the other kids, then yours is set to have something happen, and that would be devastating. But it shouldn't have to happen to your child for it to matter.
Which topic? ¿Qué es eso?
This is local author, non-agenda item 3 minutes. Thank you.
Voy a hablar en español. I'm just gonna, 2 sentences in English and then completely in Spanish. Last month, I published my 16th book, my second novel, and it's a celebration of immigrants. I'm just gonna read a few poems celebrating immigrants. It's very autobiographical. Niño migrante. Tenía 11 años cuando se despidió de las bugambilias de Nabolato, del silbido del ingenio, del callejón donde jugaba descalzo. En junio, cruzó la frontera con su mamá y su hermanito Pepe y llegó a Huntington Park, donde las calles hablaban otro idioma y el cielo tenía otro color. No entendía bien por qué todo cambiaba, pero sentía en el pecho un hueco que no se llenaba con hamburguesas ni canales en inglés. Entonces comenzó a escribir poemas, cuentos, pedacitos de su pueblo, de su gente, de su infancia que se le escapaba. Escribir era la única forma de no olvidar quién era ni de dónde venía. Huntington Park. Nos vamos a Huntington Park. Dicen que allá hay trabajo, escuelas, un futuro más grande que el canal. Pero yo miro mi calle en Nabolato como si nunca fuera a verla otra vez. La casa queda atrás, sin gritos, sin bicicletas, los callejones sin mis pasos, el mercado Hidalgo sin mis ojos, preguntando por dulces e historietas. Ahora escribo, con faltas, con prisas, para no olvidar, para que Nabolato no se me muera en los bordes del inglés, para rescatarlo en las palabras. Tengo 11 años, pero algo se rompe para siempre. La tristeza es callada como el tren y la soledad tiene forma de un niño que no entiende por qué hay que irse. La novela es titulada Historia incompleta de Nabolato, una novela en poemas para la plebada. Está disponible en Amazon. Y si les interesa conocer más de lo que los inmigrantes contribuyen a este país, cómo los inmigrantes, a pesar de que la migra por tener la piel morena nos diga que no pertenecemos, hay que recordar que nosotros no cruzamos la frontera nos cruzó, somos originarios de estas tierras y siempre lo seremos. Gracias.
Then we will have items from the board. We have other steps, but they're going to be speaking when we get to that item. Items from the board and superintendent, I will now ask Kenya Pedaza to begin.
So, I have public comment written in Google Docs, and for some reason I cannot access it anymore. So, I think I have a backup. So first, I want to thank Mr. Vandy for having us here and for doing such a great work. Right now, you are right now on fire. You're doing everything since the beginning. I mean, you already have committees. you did the back to school night, everything like that. You're great, doing your newsletters, by email, communicating with parents. So thank you so much, Mr. Vanley, for that, and I hope we can keep working for that PTA. And, oh, by the way, sorry for my voice, it's a little sour, I was sick over the weekend. And also, we had a school visit at Smythe, and thank you so much to, he's not here, the principal. She was very welcoming for us, and the school is brilliant and is very clean and it looks very nice, and I'm very happy that I got to visit some of the special ed classes there, that I had the opportunity to visit some of them. My heart was full and warm with the kids there, and also with the staff that is very committed to them. And for other topics, sorry, let's go to my backup. For other topics, I want to, wait a second. So last meeting, I introduced a resolution to protect our students from the serious risk created by the new law signed by Governor Newsom, AB 495. Tonight, I'm asking this board to take urgent action to move this resolution forward. Here's what this law allows. Anyone, without a background check, can go online, download an affidavit, check a box saying they attempted to contact the parents, and sign it. They're not required to show a driver's license, passport, or any type of documentation. Once they presented that paper to school under AB 495, staff must release the child to that person, no questions asked. Even more alarming, the school is not required to inform parents who picked up their child or where their child was taken. Well, this law was created to address rare situations such as when parents are detained during school hours. It has unintentionally created a dangerous loophole with no identification checks, no accountability, and no required notification. We are opening the door for predators and strangers to exploit this system. But we can act at the local level. The Amendment E of Section 3, Section 234.7 of the Educational Code clearly says, and I quote, "This section does not prohibit the governing board or body of a local educational agency from establishing stronger standards and protection." End of quote. That means our district has the power to create stronger safeguards, and we must use it. Once again, I urge my fellow board members to adopt this resolution tonight. If not assured, it is placed on the next agenda without delay. We have a duty to act decisively to protect every student in our care and make sure no child is ever released into unsafe hands. So tonight, I'm bringing forward the safe release and pre-approved verification resolution that I'm proposing. This resolution proposed the following protections. No child will be released without proper government-issued identification. The person picking up the child must be on a pre-approved release list verified by the parent or guardian. Staff will cross-check identification against the list before releasing the student. This is just common sense. Plan to keep our children safe and maintain the trust of our families. I urge my fellow board members to approve this resolution tonight. If we cannot vote this evening, if you decide not to vote this evening, I formally request it be placed as an action item on the next agenda so we do not lose valuable time. Our children's safety cannot wait. We have a responsibility to act decisively, to protect every student in our care, and to ensure no child is ever released into unsafe hands. That's my first speech of tonight. Okay. Okay, so as we begin this school year, I want to thank our long-term and short-term substitutes for stepping up to help our students during times when a permanent teacher might not be available. From my perspective, I believe these substitutes play a vital role in ensuring that valued educational instruction is not lost, especially for students who may go a longer period of time without their regular teacher. I truly appreciate their willingness to serve and support our schools. I would also like to suggest that our administrators and school leaders continue to focus on providing the proper guidance and support for each new substitute to help ensure they are fully prepared to meet the needs of our students and keep learning on track. Finally, I want to request that parents be kept informed whenever a teacher is absent. And that's a formal request. Dr. Parker, if you can have it on mind, please. So I'm gonna repeat. I want to request that parents be kept informed whenever a teacher is absent, so they can prepare their children for the day ahead and work together with our schools to support learning. By working together, substitutes, staff, and families, we can create a strong support system to help every student continue to grow and succeed. For the next one. As a board member and as a parent, my top priority is the safety of our children. Every family in our district trusts to ensure that when their child walks into a campus, they're safe, protected, and cared for. In today's world, campus security cannot be optional. It must be a priority. Sadly, we have seen situations across the state and the nation when harm has come to children because there are no proper safeguards in place. One of the most effective tools we have to prevent danger and protect our students is the use of security cameras on all campuses, as I have been asking repeatedly for I think 2 years now. Cameras are not about watching over students constantly. They're about deteriorating predators, identifying threats, and ensuring accountability. If a stranger steps into a campus or if something concerning happens, cameras provide immediate information to keep children safe and allow us to respond quickly. Without cameras, we are leaving our schools vulnerable. Predators thrive in environments where there is no oversight, no evidence, and no accountability. Just as we lock our schools' doors and check IDs for visitors, cameras are not layer of a protection, a way to make sure that every adult on campus is where they are supposed to be and that our students are never in unsafe situations. I also believe cameras can protect staff as well as students when misunderstandings occurs. When questionable arise, cameras provide clarity and truth, protecting both children and adults who work so hard to serve them. This is not about politics, it's about prevention and protection. It's about making sure that if a dangerous situation ever arises, we are not left with guesses or what ifs. We have facts, we have evidence, and the ability to act. I strongly encourage this board, again, as one of my requests from before, and our community to support placing cameras on every campus. Not inside the classrooms, but in the door, in the hallways, as is permitted by the state. It is common sense safety measures that can save lives, protect our children from harm, and give parents the reassurance that their child's well-being is our highest priority. Our children deserve nothing less than a safe and secure learning environment. And cameras are a vital part of making this happen. And lastly, it has been brought to my attention that there are students at certain schools not receiving lunch during lunchtime because they brought their own food or only small snacks from home. I want to make this very clear. Under Title I regulations and in alignment with federal guidelines for the National School Lunch Program, every student has the right to receive 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. The only person who can deny a meal is the student themselves. No one else. No child should ever go hungry while they're at school. And I'm sure this is something that we all support, correct? No child should ever be hungry at school. Whether they brought food from home or not, meals must be offered and available. This is not only our moral obligation, but also our legal responsibility to ensure equity and access for all students. I also want to encourage our administrators and school leaders to be especially mindful of students with special needs. Some students might need different accommodations to ensure they have the time and support to eat. This could mean allowing a child to take their lunch to the classroom if they are late from drop-off or need a quieter space. And also to give time for students who require more time due to their disabilities. And also to not be losing instructional time by being in their classrooms. Allowing them to eat in preferred safe spots on campus as long as it's safe and with proper supervision. These are small but meaningful steps that show thoughtfulness and respect for every child's unique needs. Finally, I want to speak directly to members of the district and parents who may see things happening but are afraid to speak up. It's your First Amendment, first of all, right of freedom of speech. And I want to remind you about the Whistleblowers Act, which protects you when you report concerns in good faith. If you see something wrong, you are not alone. I want you to know that I will support you in every way possible. No one should ever feel fear, silence, and feel silence when it comes to protecting the well-being of our students. Please do not lose faith. Your voice matters, and together we can ensure our school remains a safe, nurturing environment where every child is cared for, every need is met, and every concern is heard. Thank you.
Mr. Arias?
Great, so I'm going to be brief. I don't have ChatGPT to write my statements for me, so. Mr. Bandy, thank you very much for hosting us here and all of your staff. I want to congratulate the students and the staff who were recognized today. Congratulations. I will tell you, to get recognition in mathematics is a big deal for me. I was not one to thrive in math, and so that is definitely, I see that as something amazing. Also, I want to just reiterate something that I said last meeting. I want to continue to offer myself as a resource, as a child of immigrants, as somebody who's been here and first generation, college graduate from my family. I understand the difficulties of our families and our community. And I want to continue to offer myself as a resource. I know what it's like to be an English second language learner. And so when available, feel free to reach out to me. I think you all have my number. Otherwise, I'm happy to provide that to you. Just reach out to me directly and we can have an honest and open conversation, and I'm more than open to helping you all out. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene?
Well, I don't want to say much, but I want to say something that comes to my mind regarding what Kenya just mentioned. But I don't think you understand our district or our staff, because one, the staff, secretaries, clerks, or even health clerks, they're all trained and they know the parents, they know the grandparents, they know the children. So when a parent comes to the school and wants to take out a child, the first thing they do is look at their emergency card. The emergency card is an obligation of the parent to fill out. And it's telling them who can pick up their child. It can be a grandparent, it can be a brother, it can be a cousin, but they're on that emergency card. And they will not, and even the principal, will release a child if that name is not on that emergency. That's our protocol. And it's been, let me finish.
That's why I don't like to go first. You always talk about my comments.
Can you turn off
Always.
your mic for a second? She had her time. She took a long time. Irene, can you continue, Irene?
No, it's not. It does. Just, will you let me finish on law? Did you make the law? Did you make the law? Did you read it?
I read it.
Well, you interpreted it wrong.
Ms. Peraza, it is her turn, please.
Then please don't mention my name.
Okay.
Okay?
Anyway, I just wanted to clear, because I know the staff knows, and I know the principals know. We've done this for years. And if you have children in the YMCA, it's the same thing. You cannot take that child unless you show an ID and you're on their form that they give to you to fill out. That's how they run the YMCA and the schools. And that's something I don't know, if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry. The parent has that right to put that person's name, and we will not police them. I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing is that, Mr. Banky, forgive me, but I should have said thank you for hosting us. And it was nice to see our kids that have come, that are here, and especially at our middle school. It's something that feels good to see that we have recognized them for that, because they're going to be the future in the high schools and maybe the future in our school districts. So I'd like to thank the teachers that you recognize, because a lot of them haven't been recognized in a lot of years. And I know some of them because my grandson went here. And when I saw his name, I thought, wow, it's about time. But they do a lot of work.
and I know middle school children have different ideas, different dreams, and I understand that. But I think that these teachers at the middle school, it's hard for them. It's not easy. They try to work with our kids, they try to bring ideas and maybe even give them a little more of an initiative to use their ideas, to use their dreams. And I think that's the most important thing. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for recognizing them, because sometimes we don't see that and we don't do it. But I think that was beautiful what you did and recognizing them. Also the campus security, it's not easy for them. Some of them are full-time, some of them are not. But you know, I've been lucky that at different schools, they've been very respectful, not only to me, to the parents, and to the kids. That's the most important thing. They show respect to the kids, and the kids respect them. And that's the most important thing, because those kids are shown respect at home. It comes from home. That's our culture. You show the respect that you're shown at home. So I also want to say thank you to them for their services. And also, I want to say there's many good things that we've done and will continue to do. And we as a board, we know that there's problems. We know we're not perfect, but we try to understand, but I don't think people understand. There's regulation, federal and state, that we have to follow before we can do anything. The other thing I wanted to mention is, if you lived in San Ysidro and you got your voting pamphlet, the pamphlet told you the bonds that we wanted to have you support, and it told you what they were going to be used for. So we passed those bonds because people from Vista Del Mar, Ocean View Hills, all the projects up here, those are people that pay a lot of high taxes. But they saw that there was a need for us to have better schools, to have new ideas, new equipment at the schools. But by law, we're only allowed a certain amount. So if you were a voter, you voted for it. And thank you, because we've been able to change our community because of your votes. And because we have that money to use for those issues only. Not for what one person may say, I want this. We can't do that. If I wanted to, I'd say, okay, give me a new car. We can't do that. That's not what that money's for. So I just want to clarify, if you were a voter, you voted for these bonds. You know what the money was for. So when I hear people criticize and say that they should have been for this or that, if you would have been here, you would have voted, you would have known that that's what that bond was for. But I want to thank the communities of San Ysidro, all part of San Ysidro, all the schools. The parents who voted for this, I want to thank you, because this has been a dream for many years that we wanted to bring these new buildings, new ideas, new restructuring. It costs money. So I know that it'll take time, but we're going to have a better community. And we've lost some enrollment, yes, but we are still growing in homes. So I just want to say thank you for the taxpayers who voted for it, voters, and the community, because they know what we need. They know what the need is. And I know that we can't go backwards. We're going to go forwards. As a community, we're going to work together, and we're going to protect what we have. So, thank you.
Antonio?
I also want to give a very special thank you to Mr. Bandy and Mrs. Castorena and the others here for hosting us today. Obviously, the view is very beautiful, so I just want to say thank you for having us. A couple of things. I do want to give a very special thank you, and I know I've mentioned it before, to Alice de la Torre and their San Ysidro Women's Club. To attending and celebrating, is it the 50th anniversary? 25 anniversary. So one thing I can tell you about the Women's Club is that they have, in tandem, worked with the school district and really been part of many different great projects that, in my opinion, should never go away and will never go away. I just want to say thank you, Alice, for everything that your team does, and thank you for that collaboration. Look forward to the event. I also want to give a very special thank you, I don't know if he's still here, to Pablo, my good friend Pablo. You know, he's always here. Well, he rotates without me, but I do want to give a special thank you because really it's his day off, and he's not supposed to be here, but he's always here to promote great things, positive things, and your kindness is not overlooked, my friend. And I can just tell you how much we appreciate you, and thank you for being part of our academic team. It means a lot. I also want to give a special thank you to Mrs. Danella, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and the Clean Air Program, the grant that we received. I remember a time where Casa Familia barely started this project, and they were looking for different spaces throughout San Ysidro to place air monitors, because essentially we are one of the most polluted neighborhoods in the city of San Diego, if not the county, because of the border crossing. And the bottom line is that I was happy when we were able to place air monitors in various schools. I think we had one in La Mirada, Sunset, and the one that was really important for me was Willow. But I remember even putting one in my house in North San Ysidro because we wanted to see the trend and how the differences are important to see. Obviously, Willow, being the school that's closest to the border, is the one that's most impacted by pollution. So I can tell you for a fact that I'm thrilled that after all this time and all that work, that we're able to receive something in compensation. I really hope we use those funds to address the pollution throughout the community, especially at Willow. Really, that's the school that needs the most love in terms of the pollution. Let's see, I also want to give, and I always thank her, but I do want to recognize her just because she's like kind of like Batman. Like she's always working behind the scenes, and everybody loves her, the community knows her. My very special friend, Vero Medina, because, and I'll tell you this, I used to work for a nonprofit. I did that for 11 years, and I can tell you for an absolute fact that what makes communities great is community partnerships. And the fact that our school district is able to partner with so many partners, whether it's San Ysidro Health, whether it's Casa Familia, Vero is really the lead on that. And I did see a post, Vero, where you took her kids to the Padre game.
Yes. That was, it was a group partner with Dr. Iniguez and
Oh, I love it.
Mr. Iniguez, and yes, 40 kids.
I love it.
Got to shop food and pop at Target. They got $100, and they went to Padre game after they were launched.
I love it. I love it. And you know what's neat about that? What's very neat about that is, and mind you, I don't go to Padre games that often. In fact, I don't. But those kids, I guarantee you that the majority, that was their first time going to a Padre game. So you're really, and what they're going to do is once they get through, especially the Padres are doing good right now, they're going to try to go again. Hopefully they can. But I really want to thank you for that positivity and moving forward. Thank you, Beto, for your connections and your community partnerships. Lastly, I do want to recognize my good friend Raquel Marcus Maiden, who just recently won for School Site Council in Vista Del Mar. So I know she's been working with me today. Very smart, someone who cares about the community. Mr. Van, thank you for having her. You all work well together. And then lastly, the last thing I want to identify is about, let's say maybe 3 or 4 months ago, Dr. Potter, I identified the concern I had regarding our school lunch program, regarding the Trump administration's freezing of I believe it's Title I funds that fund the school program. I would like an update on that because ultimately I agree with the rest of the board that we need to ensure that our kids are being fed at least twice a day, and more importantly, that if those funds are taken away by the Trump administration, that we're able to subsidize that by other means. And this is the bottom line, friends. A lot of our kids are transitionally homeless. It's not individuals that necessarily live in the street when you see not chronic homeless, transitionally homeless. So what that means is a lot of them sleep in their cars with their family. A lot of them sleep in their grandma's garage. A lot of them sleep in cheap motels all around the neighborhood that are not safe. And here's the bottom line. Those kids depend on that school lunch program as their main meal of the day. And I find it absolutely outrageous that that would even be considered as something to be eliminated in terms of funding. That's outrageous, it's ridicule. So I want to see, Dr. Potter, where that is at, and see if that does happen, what we need to do to subsidize that to ensure our kids are well fed, and more importantly, they're well maintained in terms of what we can offer them. Other than that, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and I'm going to pass it to Mr. Rosario.
Well, thank you to everyone who is still here, and Mr. Van, I'm sure your school year has just begun, and the Sharks are just ready to go out and attack all the academics so you can have more students with those perfect scores. And they are very proud, and there were 4 boys, okay? So I'm gonna have to challenge the girls. But I know that you probably had lots of students who were maybe 1 or 2 points away, and being perfect scores is amazing, but we also congratulate all the children who did take these tests. They're not easy to take. The state requires children to take these state tests closer to the end of the year when all they're thinking about is summer. But when children focus with the leadership of their schools, I know that they do well. So I want to thank you and all the principals for a great start. I didn't get to go to a lot of the back to school nights because Mother Nature decided to put me down for 7 days and I got really sick, but I'm always well for a board meeting. I want to thank just all the secretaries, because I remember when I was in college and we had to write the ethnography of being a school teacher. The first person they said you must interview is the secretary. They know everything. And having been a teacher here for almost 40 years, it is so true. They would always help in any and every way. It's the right and left hand and all hands for the administrators of the schools. I don't know how many times I would lose forms that I had to turn in, and I'd go in tippy-toe, and Sylvia would say, "What did you lose, Ms. Rosario?" And I said, "I know it's somewhere, but..." And she'd say, "I already have extra because I know you kindergarten teachers with all those kids, you have so much on your plate." And so children know that there's always those safe people there to welcome them and take care of them and nourish them. And they are at the head of the schools. They are the heart indeed. So I'm really happy that we had time to recognize them. I also want to thank all the administrators who are here, and I hope I'm looking forward to the school visits because we get a better, not understanding, because I personally do understand the work of being a teacher and what it's like to be a student and also a parent, because remember I had my children here and my grandchildren as students. But just keep up the great work, and I know sometimes it gets hard, but just remember that more of us support you like you cannot imagine. So just remember, people who understand your hard work will always be there for you. We may not be able to show you every single day, but we're there for you. And I especially want to thank Ms. Colon. You and I have been friends like forever. We had the same teacher trainers. We had the same style teaching, leadership style for teaching. And she went on and became an amazing administrator. I tried it for 1 year. I said, "I'm out of here. No way. I would just get in trouble with too many people." So I said, "Nope. I'll wait till I become a board member in the future sometime." But I want to thank you for being here. I know that you are a legacy in our community as Alice's. And just to see you both here at this board meeting just really takes me back to some of the best times at this district, even though we've gone through hard times. But we always made it through because we stayed united. We didn't start trashing each other. We didn't start saying things about each other or accusing teachers or parents or students. We try to work together for the best of children. And times have changed. And we do need to look at our children and their future and their safety. And many parents have called me and said, what took you so long to close those campuses? And I just attended the community partnership conference a week and a half ago. And there were lots of people in that room. Mr. Bohorquez was there, and our SYEA reps, CSDA reps, many administrators from throughout the county. And the vision of this community schools is powerful. To really look at our communities as extensions of what goes on in our schools. Because we are at a time where we can't do things alone anymore. We really need the support, like the air quality organization and all the outreach programs that people like Veronica and Dr. Iniguez, they're not calling them, they are reaching out to the community. It's because of their time and their commitment that makes a difference in the lives of children. I remember when I was a little girl and I was taken to this room that had thousands of toys. And I said to my dad, why are we here? And then my mom says, because we're poor. And then I said, well, what does that mean? Because I didn't know I was poor, because we had frijoles every day. That was fine for me. But we were able to choose 2 toys. And for me to choose a Cabbage Patch doll and a Barbie, we didn't have those. I made my own toys, my paper dolls and my clothes for my dolls. And I thought, who cares about us like this? And our teacher said, a lot of people do. And I remember bags and bags of vegetables, food, and bread, and a turkey on Thanksgiving. We were not going to have turkey. We couldn't afford it. My father was very ill at the young age of 28. But there was that turkey. The one thing is my mother knew how to cook. An amazing cook to this day. I'm blessed to have her. She's 87 years old. And I'm going to go see her Saturday because we're celebrating 100 years at Garfield High School, where I stood and delivered as a student, and now I stand and deliver as a board member, but as a teacher for many years with the amazing Jaime Escalante. We're celebrating 100 years. We're going to walk through halls that have been renovated, but they've got the classic pictures when they built that school. And it's just going to be amazing to walk through the halls of schools where teachers cared, parents cared, administrators cared, front office cared, custodians cared, the people writing for grants cared. And that's why I sit here today, because they cared. If you think as a board member it's going to show that you care for a community, you need to understand if you're thinking of running for school board, that it's not a one-man show. It's working together for community and first understanding the community. And you cannot say you do unless you've lived here. And that's the only way you can say it. And you have to have lived here so long to see the history and be proud. I'm proud. I know our children are safe. I know Natasha is safe. And I'm glad. And yes, we have bad apples everywhere. Everywhere. And sometimes I feel like I'm back in middle school where I was bullied. Why? Because I have curly hair. Because when you come here and speak before the board and you make fun of us and you laugh at us and you make faces and you threaten us and you videotape us, then no, I don't care. I have tough skin. But I don't think it's right because our children do not deserve this. So I'm just asking the community and all those who know this community to understand that we truly care about the education of your children. We care about everybody who works here. When things don't go right, we're not going to turn around the next day and tell you, because there's laws that have to be followed. There's reasons why we can't report out in closed session, and that's everywhere, everywhere. And if you don't believe so, then take some time to do that research. We were voted by the community to do right by children, and this is where we take our stand. And that's why I want our employees, our parents who care, truly care, and watch us because they call and they say, we don't feel that same sentiment. We know that the district is always moving forward for the better. And I know if something happened to me, And I had to ask my comadre to come pick up my kids. But she was not on the list because my comadre was not the original person that I had in mind when they only give me two to choose. I want to know that I have an opportunity to let my comadre come and pick up my children. Nobody is ever released at our schools without proper identification. And maybe it's time for us to move forward a little stricter. Because where I pick up my grandchildren, there better be some fingerprints available. And so if that's what we want, then maybe that's what we need. But yet we'll be accused of something, whatever. But it's okay, because we represent the community. We should be working together as a board. No one board member can make decisions for anyone at all. So if that's not understood, then I don't know what country board members you know or have heard about. That's the way it works in California. That's the way it works in every state. I've been watching different board meetings across the state. Yes, I do not have that much time, but I just kind of wanted to get a feel, and it runs basically by Robert's rules. There's many rules we need to follow, and many rules that should not be violated. So again, our community will serve our children, and I want to thank everyone who's always working day in and day out to make this a better place, from preschool to all the administrators, to staff, cabinet, the people who come back to help us, our special ed, our people that go to the classrooms, schools to be principals, our parent leaders who truly work with us, our students. You're going to be a board member, you're going to be beyond that. That's when you retire from working. Natasha is a true student leader. And I thank you, Natasha. And I apologize for sometimes you have to hear some things that are not nice. But that's what we're trying to teach the world, that there are good ways to get things done. And I thank you, Pablo, for sharing your poems, and just the people who are behind the scenes. So we come here, we sit down, we have a meeting, but there are a lot of people behind the scenes. And it takes a lot to run a school district. And money's not flowing anywhere. So I truly look forward to the community center. It is something this community wanted. What I never want to see is what's happening in South Bay, where now they have to shut down 3 schools within the next 2 years. They already closed one this year. That is something that should not happen. And our kids are not leaving because they don't like being here. We're leaving because people are not having kids, or young people are waiting for a while. It costs. A house down the street from me is renting for over $4,000 a month, when you can find rent in National City for $2,000 a month. So there's a lot of things affecting, not to mention what's going on in the world. And it makes it hard for people to live close to a border. So our community is thriving with the students we have. I'm very proud of many students who have entered college for their first year, beginning with many of our teachers' children who are students here. We have a student, a shout out for student Sebastian Hurtado, who was accepted and started his first week of school at the Universidad de Chicago. And I'm so proud of them. All our kids, they all went to San Ysidro. Manuela and I had the children, the Familia Hurtado. But that's one of many, many. And many of them have received scholarships thanks to the blessing of the Women's Club. So we wish you the best this Sunday. We know that there are many dignitaries who care about our community, who will give a very, very grandiose donation, because our children are going to benefit. Our children will receive those scholarships, and sooner than that, they'll be hugging teddy bears this coming December, and we all look forward to that. And it will be at this school. Can you imagine how wonderful? And we're just going to keep moving forward, doing what we do best, getting better. And I thank you so much for all your support, because it's because of all of you and all the people who watch us. I get so many people the next day just giving comments and just thanking our community for what we do for our kids, for we really do care for them. And I loved being able to visit the few classrooms that I have, and my last generation who are now 6th graders. And my first generation, they're turning 50 years old this year, Manuela, so we won't tell them our age, but hey, we're young at heart always. So thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. I'll just do a shout out first and foremost to our BDM Sharks, Mr. Bandy, Ms. Viramontes. Thank you for hosting us. It's such a lovely venue. You can tell you put time and care into our meeting. Thank you so much. Next, I want to share how very proud I am of all of our schools, our 3 preschools, 5 elementary schools, and our 2 middle schools. They had amazing back-to-school nights over the last 4 weeks. Please give everybody a big round of applause. I extend such a heartfelt thank you to our incredible staff for organizing and engaging the family back-to-school night events, for providing families with a valuable opportunity to meet our dedicated principals and teachers and support staff, each of whom play a vital role in supporting student achievement throughout the year. Family back-to-school nights are a meaningful way to strengthen our home-to-school connections and empower our parents to take an active role in our in their own child's educational journey. And for all those amazing parents out there, thank you for showing up. Thousands of you showed up to our back-to-school nights. Thank you, parents. We're so very proud of you. Our Sims teacher, we had our very own Eddie Garcia. He was able to attend most of the back-to-school nights, so when you see the photos that are starting to come out from back-to-school, it's our Sims teacher, Eddie, who is our photographer. He made most of them, not all of them, so the photos that are fantastic are his, and the photos that are mine. So, but I tried, I'm not Eddie. Anyway, big shout out to Eddie. Smythe Elementary School, thank you so much for letting us visit your school. It was absolutely wonderful. We were warmly welcomed to their campus, and we really were able to see a joy of learning in their school and such great student achievement. Boy, do they have a fantastic Smythe Dragon team over there. And we were just really grateful to see dynamic student learning happening in their environments, interactive learning walls, student work display, and a strong presence of engaged teachers and aides. And notably, our special day classes had exemplary inclusive practices and hand-in-hand support for our students with special needs. Really proud of Smythe on their CAS scores last year. We were able to celebrate during the school visit. Their CAS scores, 5th grade went up 7%, 6th grade went up a whopping 14% in ELA. Give them a round of applause. We had district representatives who attended the first inaugural South County Community Schools Summit. It was held on August 27th, and it brought together our educators, our community leaders, and partners for a very powerful dialogue and collaboration for vision building for our South Bay community. So a shout out and thanks to our board president, Zenaida Rosario, our assistant superintendent, Mr. Mahorkas, sitting up here, always working, and our La Mirada principal, Rick Quintana, our Smythe principal, Dr. Bravo, La Mirada outreach consultant, Adriana Garcia, Ocean View Hills teachers and SYEA union representatives, Edu Legarda and Erica Bitu, and La Mirada social worker, Miss Jed, who they all attended on behalf of the district. We're very excited to shape a stronger partnerships and a very bright future for all of our students across the South Bay region. A special shout out to our bus driver. Her name is Jasmine Lopez. I have ridden in her bus. She has driven me through most of the streets of San Ysidro and Otay Mesa. Boy, can she drive. I will never drive a bus, I can't drive nearly as good as her. We're so proud of her. Over the past several weeks, she was actively participating in the California Department of Education's Bus Driver Trainer of Trainers program, and she passed with her exam with no restrictions. I think that means she got an A, and she's now a certified in-house trainer for our transportation team. So proud of our team. CABE in San Ysidro School District, our middle school math teachers are advancing equity and excellence through integrated English language development training supported by CABE. CABE is California Association for Bilingual Education, and this professional learning combines content and language objectives to help English learners build both mathematical understanding and academic language. So a big clap for our middle school math teachers. She likes math. Also, we're very grateful that our special education team participated in the South County SELPA Annual Special Education Resources Fair, and they brought together service providers, support groups, and community partners to support our families. So thank you to our special education team. Yes. And then a shout out to the Balboa Park Police Science Center. They just were voted San Diego's best museum for 2025, and guess who was noted when they released their award announcement? San Ysidro School District. We are their top partner in the county of San Diego. They've been partnering with us for about 6 years now. They've been hosting the annual science family nights and events here in our district. We have almost 4,000 now students and families that attend our annual science event with the Police Science Center. And I will quote in the article from our very own, he made it to their announcement that made it countywide and statewide. Mr. Bojorquez, you have a quote in their announcement. I have it in front of me. And then there's Mr. Bojorquez. Here we go. Are you ready? Mr. Bojorquez says, the impact that they have had on our students and parents is tremendous. Seeing our students eager to learn science and form dreams about professions in science is amazing. It inspires them. Now, what you might not know about Mr. Bojorquez is he's an engineer, right? Thank you. And speaking of child nutrition and the meals in our district, we could not be more proud of our Child Nutrition Services Department. They just won the gold level turnip, like TURNIP, not turn up, but turn in. The beet, B-E-E-T. I think beet, like let's do a beet, but no, B-E-E-T, like the beet that you eat. Award from the United States Department of Agriculture. And let's see, we're going above and beyond in our summer meal program, and it looks like they serve nutritious meals based on local taste tests and local foods, and they utilize innovative marketing strategies to engage our community. We are one of only 13 districts statewide to receive the gold level award. Way to go, CNN. A few comments this evening about the safety incident that did occur at one of our preschools. And so I just wanted to make some brief comments about that safety incident. And on behalf of the district, I will share that safety is the most important priority for our students. And upon notification of the parent concern, the district immediately placed the individual on administrative leave pending an investigation. Police conducted the investigation, and that investigation only recently was concluded. The district is fully cooperating with law enforcement regarding this confidential matter, and termination proceedings are underway. I will also share that the safety protocols of our district for employees include fingerprint and background checks for all employees, mandated trainings for all employees regarding safety and practices with our students, strict student supervision policies that include multiple staff supervising students at all times. The safety and well-being, and most important, the privacy of the child is of utmost concern to the district. So we do ask that you offer to the child and their family privacy during this time. I have a final few last comments. First is to do a big shout out to our secretaries and clerks. I know most of you. I'm going to give you a way to go. Oh my gosh. You are the heart of our district and our offices. I smile at all of you so big when I see you because I know without over there Miguel and Christina, there's no way I would survive. So would you please give them a big round of applause? And then also Alice is in the house, our very own Alice De La Torre. I want to say thank you to you. This weekend, the San Ysidro Women's Club is hosting their annual fundraising event. It's for their 25th year of scholarships to students in our community, 8th graders and 12th graders. And Miss De La Torre, I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to bring my mom.
Very good.
And she's going to support us.
Yes,
so
excellent.
we will be in the house to support those scholarships. Thank you for 25 years of scholarships for our students. Thank you. Big clap. And it's always good to end comments on something happy and cheery. Fall break is on the way. Fall break starts September 22nd and goes October 6th. Much needed since our district starts early in July for school year. So happy fall break, soon to be September 22nd. Thank you, Madam President.
Dr. Porter, can I just quickly quote what it says on the bill of AB 495, Dr. Porter? It's a very quick statement.
No, I think that we need to move on, and we try to avoid a lot of political things, and this is not a political.
No, but this has to do with the schools. What do you mean?
We need to continue. We have a lot of
Okay,
people
well,
still
in my request, I urge the board to motion for this resolution. Do I have?
We'll have our attorney guide us on this.
That resolution's not on the agenda.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda, so we can't make a.
But we can we move to adopt for the next agenda? So we cannot do anything about it? Can I have even a comment from each one of you? I mean, I already have arguments.
That would be a discussion of an item that's not on the agenda.
Okay, so please,
We don't discuss this in closed session, so do we have things?
okay, please note that I requested this in the item on the agenda for next meeting.
Now we have 12.1, Roxanne Palestino, who's going to speak on 12.1, the Buyer Educational Community Resource Center update that will be presented by our Assistant Superintendent in 3 minutes.
My name is Roxanne Palestino, Secretary of the San Ysidro Community Planning Group and a parent of 2 daughters in this district. You're presenting an update on the Buyer Educational Community Resource Center. With all due respect, I must oppose this project as presented. Buyer was once a real school serving our children. It was demolished in 2012 and promised to open up in 2 years after that. It's already 2025 and there's no school. Now, it's gonna turn into a community center. Instead of fulfilling those promises, this board has made the decision on its own to turn Buyer into community centers. Families do not need another administrative building that we won't even be able to use. We need classrooms, we need a school, This plan has never been presented to the San Ysidro Community Planning Group or to the wider San Ysidro community. You are making decisions in the dark, behind closed doors, without ever asking or listening to the people you serve. That is not transparency, and it repeats the same pattern of arrogance and exclusion that the 2016 grand jury report condemned. That report proved what many of us live firsthand. This district has a history of destroying records, wasting millions, and failing to train trustees. The San Diego County Office of Education also failed us by looking the other way and allowing San Ysidro School District to take on debt and mismanagement facilities. To this day, there is no real accountability, and some of the very same trustees who served during those failures are still sitting on this board today. San Ysidro has become a district that chases awards, recognition, and political headlines. But where are the results for our students? We all know it's about who you know, not what students need. Too many people are here for your paychecks, political careers, and not for the children. With so many low-income housing projects being built all around San Ysidro, you should be prioritizing the school. Families are moving in now, and in 5 to 10 years, thousands of children will need classrooms. Why aren't you planning for the future? That is exactly why a charter school at Bayer would be the answer. A charter in San Ysidro would give parents a real choice and force this district to do better. Competition will only raise the bar, not lower it. This isn't about attacking teachers or unions. It's about what the community wants and what our children need. Real schools, real classrooms, in a system where San Ysidro School District can keep failing families without consequences. We don't trust this district with another resource center when it still hasn't earned back the trust. Destroyed. Why should families believe in this project when you made the decision without ever including us? We stand firmly against this item. It's ridiculous. You guys are up there saying no for the community when you know you're not gonna let us use that space. Are you planning ahead? Do you know all the projects that are coming here in San Ysidro? You guys aren't worried about that? Huh? Nobody, it's my public comment. Why are you talking to me?
So now I want to invite our Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Potter. My update tonight will be focused on the Bayer Community Education and Resource Center, but I also wanted to point out to my left here, who's also here with us, joining us tonight, is Mr. Samit Gadi, who's the Vice President of Barnhart Reese. Barnhart Reese is the design builder for Bayer, so I just wanted you to know that he is here. And so with that, I also wanted to point out one more thing before I change to the next slide, and that is that my presentation tonight is directly related to item 14D11 on tonight's agenda. So with that said, just trying to change the slide here, and I don't know if it's on. Give me one. Let's try that. Did that work? There it is. Apologies. So, as a reminder, the Bayer Community Education and Resource Center project is well underway. We're in the design stage. The San Ysidro community voted for and approved measures T and U in 2020 with a passage rate of 69% and 70%. I do want to point out that in the printed presentation, one of the percentage points is off, but what you see in front of you is correct, 70% and 69%. And we want to thank the community for their support. The slide here demonstrates that on the actual ballot language, it explicitly refers to essentially the former Bayer Location Center and the Family Resource Center there. And that's particularly on pages T8 and U8, as well as pages T9 and U9. T and U standing for the measures T and U. So the next slide here, I've presented this slide before at our last board meeting, and I'm displaying it again because we want to point out that there has been significant transparency related to the Buyer Community Education and Resource Center that began back in 2020, as pointed out, with significant approval rates by the community for measures T and U. This was followed by, as you see here, more than 2 years of community involvement with the long-term master facility plan, as well as the board prioritizing this project in 2023. Additionally, there's been ample oversight with regard to the appropriate use of the funding with our bond oversight committee, and those two have been transparent and publicly notified. And with that, I wanted to also show a slide that I presented during the last board meeting as well. But the reason I want to display it again is to show that even as recently as February of 2024, very recently, during a survey, the community overwhelmingly demonstrated support for the San Ysidro Community the San Ysidro Community Center. As you see here, 78% of the community voters wanted to establish a community resource center. And that takes me to the next slide.
Can I make questions right now, or I think I want him to finish his presentation and then he will ask if we have any questions. Continue, Dr.
Thank you. This next slide gives you a bird's eye. I've displayed this before in several board meetings, but this slide gives you a bird's eye view, more or less, of what we're planning to do at Buyer. So, for example, if you look here to the left and to the right, it's the same thing except it's an overlay. But basically, and I'm going to show you some more detailed slides here in a minute, but basically you have the main building, which is at the top, with a courtyard. Again, I'll show you some other renderings here in a little bit, but then you see where the parking lot is more or less situated. But then there's also going to be a couple of athletic courts there, both a basketball court and as well as some tennis courts. And it's also going to be right next to the new community park that we'll also be able to interact with and to use. But when all is said and done, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a centerpiece for the community. And the next slide gives you more detail in terms of the rendering. So some of you have seen this before, but for those who haven't, this is a slide that we've displayed before, and the renderings, as you see, bring it to life. I mean, it's going to look beautiful, for lack of a better description. I want to point out that we had to modify our plans recently, though, in order to accommodate all of our team members, and I'll get into that in just a few more slides. So this slide here, essentially our renderings show the beautiful architectural design that's commonly referred to, this is not my term, it's commonly referred to in the architectural world, please correct me if I'm wrong, as the Spanish style. And this design in turn was inspired by many of the historical buildings here in the community. As an example, here to the left, you will see from the outside of what will be the courtyard, so we're looking at it from the outside. You can see the beautiful design there, including the red terracotta tile that you're going to see throughout all of the roofs at the center. And then to the right, it shows some of the wood structures that are planned out in the courtyard patio area that's going to be adjacent to the community center / boardroom. And this rendering here essentially conceptualizes what it is that we expect to see at our hub, our working hub for our educational services. And it's beginning to look a lot more concrete. And I will show you a little bit more detail here in a slide or two. This slide here also shows you renderings of what our welcoming reception area will be. And as you see, it also captures the flavor of our community, not just with, but it includes some of the saltillo tiles there. The coloring on the windowsill is not accurate, but we did want to get you a rendering here, so please don't think that the green is necessarily what's going to stay, but we did want to give the community here more of an idea as to what it is that we're planning. As you can see, it's reminiscent of the historic San Ysidro buildings in the community. And the next slide here essentially shows two renderings. Please don't pay attention to furniture. It doesn't mean that that's what we're going to have by way of furniture, but what I wanted to do with the two renderings here on the left and right is just show that it can be used for multiple purposes. Over on the left, community events, things of that nature. Maybe the San Ysidro Women's Club wants to host their next event there, as you can see. We're going to be able to do that, and then to the right, a possible setup for maybe a board meeting. But then you can see it flows out nicely into the courtyard. But this is something too where we recently realized that we're going to have to increase the space. We've been getting a lot more attendance, for example, at our board meetings. And that brings us to the most detailed slide here. And last slide, if anyone's counting. I wanted to give you an idea as to why it is that we need to increase the space, and once again, it's related to the item that I mentioned. So for example, starting with the top left, if you look at, if you want to call it tan, white, along with the green, this is essentially going to be the hub of our educational services division. Initially, if you're wondering, oh, in the red boxes, I'm sorry, demonstrate where we need to add the square footage. Essentially, we weren't going to move all of the departments within Ed Services down there, but recently, looking at the lifespan of the current buildings where they're housed, we just don't have a choice anymore. Some of them are really on their last legs, and so with that, we're going to have to accommodate everyone in the Educational Services Division. That includes our SPED department, that includes our People Services. But that is essentially where the hub will be. Coming down to the bottom rectangle towards the middle, that is an area where we needed more space, not just for the reception area, but particularly for the family resource area. This is going to house a lot of our staff here, including but not limited to our nurse and our community outreach, our people services coordinator, Ms. Medina over here. And as you may know, Ms. Medina, who works with all our families, needs lots of storage spaces for things like food, clothing, materials, supplies, just lots and lots of space. And this center, as listed here on the slide, is going to be able to provide that. But it's also going to allow us to have a venue for our over 40 plus community partners to be able to provide services for our community. So for example, we'll be able to provide medical referrals here. As you can see, we needed that space there towards the bottom. And so if you're wondering why we needed to increase spaces, to be able to accommodate everyone and to have a comprehensive community center for our families. And we have a lot of needy families who will benefit as a result of this. Continuing over here on the red toward the middle, I just wanted to let everyone know that's more or less our reception area that includes the restrooms towards the back, but the front would be the main lobby area. And then to the right, in the purple, if you want to call it purple, would be our multi-purpose / boardroom there, along with some storage facilities. But one of the things, as I was saying earlier, is we've noticed that we are getting, our attendance is increasing. And the original planned size of that boardroom / multi-purpose room was just not enough. And so that rectangle, that vertical rectangle, shows how we need to take up some of that outside area and use it more for the multi-purpose room. And so, once again, that is very much related to board item 14D11. And I try to be as brief as possible with the summary down below to show you what the additional square footage would be.
Any questions or comments? I want to make a comment really quick. I want to thank you very much for presenting this again and again. And I really look forward to the day that we cut that red ribbon, or maybe green. You know, everybody's doing those pop-up colors. That is the style now. People have colorful garages, colorful front doors, colorful window panes, so why not join, right, the trends that are out there that make people really sit down in a building and feel that it's their building. Absolutely. And so I'm really glad. I know that this community has worked hard to get what we're going to see, and just what it's going to provide for our community is something that I look forward to. Again, thank you for presenting this again, and I'm sure you're probably going to have to do it again, but I think the only way we're all going to get it is we finally cut that red ribbon, and we need to have a huge audience of community members, children, and I suggest a child is the one who cuts that red ribbon, and just to make it just an amazing event for our district, our community, just like when we did the red ribbon cutting of Sunset. And that was really very special, 20-some years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Emias, thank you so much, Kim, for your presentation. I think for transparency, it's important to see where millions of dollars, additional millions of dollars are going, right? So first, you mentioned that there was a survey, you mentioned the other day too. If you provide this survey, was this survey provided to us? I requested all the information of the community engagement, and I didn't receive any survey. Where is that survey, and is that available to the community?
So during the last board meeting, we had the gentleman who actually created and implemented that survey. He was with us during the last board meeting virtually. And he's the gentleman who helps us essentially to gauge what it is that the community is interested in doing with those funds. And I know I'm oversimplifying it, but as part of that, in surveying the entire community, that was the result of one of those surveys. And that was as recent as February of 2024 in preparation for some of the new loans that were recently passed.
Okay. Yes, well, it will be way easier if I got that survey when I asked for it, when I request for all that information months before, so I don't have to be asking these questions. And I know Mr. Scott mentioned it was, there was a public forum which was via Zoom. I believe Mr. Martinez was there. And he also said that he went to community leaders, school leaders, which principals, and so yes, it's very important to us to see the survey, and also I see a percentage here, 78% voted for this resource center, but is it from the community or from the voters? Are you saying the measures that that voted for this, or was the community who asked for this, or? Okay.
So the survey was administered to the San Diego, or I said San Diego, but I meant to say San Ysidro community voters. And it was done not through what you were saying, that was more the long-range master facility plan. The methodology by which they implemented the survey actually included things, including telephone calls and other types of question formats directly in speaking with voters.
Okay. Again, it will be easier if I got that information before, if it's public. So do you have, I see percentage, 78%, and again, I'm asking, do we have a number? Because I know, we can be 10 people, 10 people, and 70% can be from that people. So I want to know the number of people who voted for this. We don't have a number again?
Typically, the request for information comes 24 hours in advance, so we can add it to our list to get back to you, Board Member Carrasco.
So I think she's asking for a couple of things, because the number in terms of past TNU, which included the buyer site on that measure, you can easily look that up in terms of the registrar of voters, because those are the measures that pass formally by the community. But no, let me finish, because I think it's important to clarify. So that's part one. What she's asking for is the number based on the survey that was taken from Mr. Scott, or whoever took that survey, based on how many of those were actually in favor, in terms of a number of the buyer resource center. Yeah, so it's two different things. TNU can easily be looked at in terms of the percentage And it was 69 and 70, right?
Yes.
But then you could also look it up to see how many voters voted in that particular, to support the measure overwhelmingly. Which also included in the description of the measure, the resource center.
Yep.
So, but I think what she's asking for is the survey results. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If I can have that information and if it can be also public for the people to see, it will be nice to see it in the minutes of the of this meeting. And yeah, so it's public information is easier to find. And okay, so going back to that item in the agenda, that it refers to this presentation. So it will be an additional $26 million for the new renovation design that we have, or what is that money for that?
No, would you like me to speak to, I think, Ms. Braza, you're asking me about an agenda item that's coming up. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but you mentioned at the beginning that it was regarding this presentation.
Right, and so to answer your question, if what you're asking is will the additional square footage that's shown there, which is 4,666 square feet, cost us, I think you said 26, no, it's going to cost us approximately 8 million, and I don't have the agenda item right in front of me, but the additional square footage would be an additional a little bit over 8 million. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the other item in the agenda. So, okay, I'm sorry, yes, you're correct, 8 million, yes. The revised contract total will be 26, correct? Okay, well, still, 8 million is a lot.
Yes.
So, what are the revisions to have those 8 million? To charge more, additional 8 million, what are the changes here in the design?
Well, 99% of the charge is the additional square feet that I was showing in the red rectangles here. The cost, the base cost or charge, if you want to look at it that way when it comes to construction, is square footage for construction. And if you look at the unit price per square footage, maybe as recently as, dare I say, 2.5, 3 years ago, it was about 300, and it's now well over, and I mean well over per square feet, $1,000. And so when you add that up by 4,666 square feet, that is what would account essentially for 99% of the cost.
That's a lot.
Construction in general is expensive, absolutely.
Yeah, because I see, I'm looking at the original design and the new design. And I see it is expanded. It's expanded on the square, right side and bottom part, which it's not a lot, but yeah, I guess I would like to see the math of the difference from before and after regarding the square footage, because that was kind of my question. What is the difference in size?
That is the math. Yeah, that is the math, and the agenda item does have the difference in, or additional, if you want to look at it that way, additional cost as a result of the additional square footage.
Right, but I was thinking like a more developed map from before and after, since to me it's not a lot of a difference. And also in the original one, it doesn't say the specific dimensions either. So also, this is why my first question, this question arises. So just the map rationale, a developed map rationale will be appreciated and the survey. And will this presentation will be available for the public, Dr. Potter?
one for this evening?
Yes, since I think the first one didn't go out in the materials.
We'll place this on the website.
Thank you.
Yes, and Board Member Peraza, quick search. Measure T had 3,555 approval rating voters of 70%. Measure U had 3,492 voters of 69%.
Right, I understand that.
Which historically, if
this
you look
little-
at
Okay.
the results countywide, I think we were one of the few districts that had their bond measures approved. And I wager to say, and I'll put $100 on it, in fact, I'll put $1,000 that it actually was the highest percentage than every passing bond measure during that election cycle.
Yeah. That's what I was asking about the survey, and
Well, the survey-
in order to
survey
put
was-
it in the measures.
My guess is that the survey was like a poll that was done. That would be my thought. Obviously, you know, we could ask Mr. Scott, but the results are based on the election. And the election actually has buyer site listed in the description before people voted, which means that if you have 69% and 70%, which realistically is unheard of in terms of passing bond measures, I find the survey to be kind of irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It's irrelevant because it's a small poll.
Voice.
It's a small poll in comparison to election results. So it's two different things. But I mean, I'm all for seeing the survey results too.
I don't think a lot of people read in page 9, this little part that it says added space for school support programs, including dedicated office conference rooms, family resource centers, and other support areas. I highly doubted that that was the approval on the page 9 when the first thing it says in the measures is for security reasons, and then all the way 9 pages down it says this.
That's a poor analysis of the voter and really insulting to all the voters in our community because that's presupposing that the voters didn't read the description. And frankly, that's also saying that our community, and I've heard the stereotypes significantly hitherto, especially by outsiders, that our communities are uninformed when they vote, which I find that highly and grossly insulting.
Okay, well, why is this information now?
Okay, we need to move on, but I want to say thank you to our community who votes. We have had a big turnout on voters, and I'm very proud of San Ysidro for using their rights to vote and voice their opinions, especially when it comes for good things for our children. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iniguez, for your presentation, very thorough, and to the gentleman who shared with us. We really look forward to seeing these buildings in person and really cutting that red ribbon. It's just going to be very exciting for our community. Thank you. Now we have our Chief Business Official, Meredith Abinson, to present the 2024-2025 Unaudit Actual Report presentation. Thank you. And I just have to say, your last name has every letter of my first name.
Really?
Yes, B-N-A-I-D-A.
Wow, that's my husband's fault.
Always a teacher, word searches.
Oh, it's very unique, that last name. Oh, my maiden name is De Leon, so always. Oh, good evening, Board President, Mrs. Rosario, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and community. Tonight, the Business Department will present the 24-25 Unaudited Actuals Financial Report, and which is the final financial report for the 24-25 fiscal year. So we ended the year with general fund revenues, both unrestricted at $60.1 million, restricted at $23.5 million, and a combined total of $83.6 million.
LCFF is our primary funding source, and it makes up about 69% of the revenue budget at $57.5 million. We ended the year with the general fund expenditures of a combined total of $90.1 million. As you can see, the district did overspend, which forced us to dip into our reserves for economic uncertainties. On this slide is the multi-year projection, and it only represents the general fund unrestricted budget. It does not represent the restricted. This is where we pay most of our staff, our teachers, our classified employees, management, all of our utilities, operating expenses. You can see here in line 5, the contributions to special education and routine restricted maintenance of about 12.3 in the current fiscal year. Since I mentioned earlier, we did have to dip into the reserve of about 1.3 million, and we will need to resolve this, this dip and the shortage by first interim with a budget reduction plan for 26-27. So once we are able to incorporate some changes in the 25-26 year, then we will be able to resolve our 1.3 million dip into the reserve. Here are some of the major factors that impacted our 24-25 unaudited actuals. So you can see that the 24-25 had an extremely low COLA of 1.07%. That was a huge impact on our budget. On the current fiscal year, 25-26, 2.30%. We actually need a COLA of 4% or higher each year at state level, and that's how we apply the COLA to our LCFF, our local control funding formula. So we need a 4% or higher in order to cover all of our costs. Our decline in enrollment and average daily ADA daily attendance decline of approximately 60 students. That equates to about 55 in ADA. That's a loss of $825,000. They increased to special education costs of $600,000, and these are actuals that happened in 24-25. The reclassification for CSEA of about $236,000 in 24-25, and the cost of a 5-year reclassification for CSEA was roughly $800,000. The increased cost to process complaints, approximately $500,000. This slide is very important. It's the CBEDS enrollment historical data. It's an 8-year comparison by site and district-wide, and this is a certified CBEDS enrollment data from the California Department of Education. You can see a decline, first school La Mirada. In 17-18, 424 students, and last year, 382 students, a loss of 42 students. Another loss is San Ysidro Middle School, 655 in 17-18. It dropped to 500 last year, a loss of 155 students. Smythe Elementary, 706, dropped to 534, 172 students decline. Sunset Elementary, 723, and a drop to 520, 203 students loss and decline, or loss of students. And Willow, 789 students, and a decline to 643, a loss of 146 students. The increases are at Ocean View Hills and Vista Del Mar. Ocean View Hills, we gained 11 students last year over the course of 8 years, and Vista Del Mar, 116 students. The total loss of 591 students equates to a revenue loss of $8.9 million per year. Many of the districts are experiencing a decline in enrollment, and that's due to many moving out of California. Many families are moving out and/or not having children, so the younger generation aren't having children, or not many children. The cost of the home medium, the cost for the medium cost is $900,000 to buy a home, and the household income is about $200,000 to afford that $900,000 home. We thank the board for approving the 25-26 budget reduction plan of $2 million. As I mentioned earlier, we will need to take a 26-27 budget reduction plan to first interim, which will occur in December of 2025. I just wanted to bring this slide forward again to highlight all of the fiscal financial management that we've had throughout the last, 4 or 5 years. We are still standing with A+ grades or A grades for our bond transparency report cards. We have A grades for our credit ratings, no financial audit findings for the last 3 or 4 years, no financial audit findings for the last 4 years, and we have certified positive for the last 5 years. So with the budget reduction plan that we'll take in December, we hope to certify positive once again, once we are able to implement the next budget reduction plan. Do you have any questions?
I actually do have a request. I would like this unaudited actual financial report to also be placed on our website.
Okay.
I also would like that you share this and have meetings with both labor groups as well as our management team and confidential, particularly indicating the page that indicates the reason we're going to be making more cuts and why we overspent. It's very important, and especially when it comes to that, I'd also like it on the website.
Okay.
And then also an individual, from my end, an individual progress report with an explanation of the reason we're doing cuts to every group.
Okay.
Which this has already been done. Last
That's my request. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, we have already seen this, Marilyn, thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome.
And, well, I know this is from last year, not from this year. Do we have any projections for next year? Can I even ask that for next year, which is this year?
Yeah, this current year.
Yes. So we do have good news, right? That we didn't lose any enrollment. So that will not, at least we will not be cutting less than last year, correct?
Well, as of the last attendance report, we do see either equal or gaining 1 student, but the true number is at CBEDS, which is October 1st, 2025. That is the certified CBEDS enrollment date. So hopefully we don't lose any students in between now and then. Yeah, that is the official date.
And thank you. We will have a report for those dates for October, for the next year? Are we gonna have a report of the CBEDS that you do?
Oh, the CBEDS? Oh, once it's certified, we can bring it forward. The CBEDS. With
Report? Okay, good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of questions from my end, but I just wanted to make a shout out for Lisa and Matt in Ocean View Hills. They must be doing something very, very good that they gain students instead of losing, which is very great to see. So thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. It's called building new homes. That's what it's called.
Thank you.
I want to thank you very much for your report, and I think sharing it with everyone who's going to be involved, I think it's makes it more understanding instead of thinking. Because some people will say, oh, let's say we got back federal funding, but that's not funding that can be used. It's funding that we already had and needed. It's not extra money. We're probably never going to see extra money again unless some rich billionaire says, you know, I want to do an experiment in San Ysidro and I want to give billions of dollars and, you know, maybe whatever. But that's reality, as we know, funding is very hard to come by. And so we do thank all the community members who continue to live here. We know that it grows in all the new apartments that they're building. They're for senior citizens, and they also deserve to live somewhere comfortable. So maybe we can someday think in the future, I would think of building a school for senior citizens that could be under our district, and we can have people teaching, having fun classes, and imagine that. We have a lot of senior citizen buildings here, and I'm sure they have activities for them, but maybe someday, you never know. We serve all our children, and I think senior citizens, they pay their dues, they work very hard in our community, and they stay here. So I think that it's really important. And thank you very much for your report. Always makes things clear for those of us who don't have that math. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so 13, general administration, sorry.
Oh, I meant to say thank you to Mary for all the work she does. And remember in the back, I know, I'll let you know about school psychologists. I know we have some schools still left, you know, but I know, and I thank you because you were able to have some of the South Bay Community Services also help us out in that. And some of those we have picked up as employees, which I think is great. But see, we're gonna be growing, so hopefully, we'll be able to manage some more new persons to be at each school. So thank you either way, your staff and you for everything you guys do to bring this presentation to us. Thank you.
13.1, minutes to approve the minutes of regular board meeting of July 10th, 2025.
So moved. I second.
Do I have vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. On 13.2, we do have a slip of all signs edited. The resolution number 2526-0016, National Hispanic Heritage Fund.
Hi again, everyone. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month here in the San Ysidro School District, we don't have to look far to find a true example of what this month represents. We see it in our very own governor or president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario. Born in the Colonia Pancho Villa in Tijuana, she moved as a little girl with her family to East Los Angeles. From a young age, her father lovingly called her La Maestrita because she dreamed of being a teacher. That dream became a reality. She was a leader at Garfield High School, then went on to UC San Diego, earning her teaching credential and dedicating now more than 40 years to education. Her excellence in the classroom was recognized time and again. San Ysidro School District Teacher of the Year, 1988. San Ysidro School District Teacher of the Year in 2002. San Diego County Teacher of the Year in 2003. That's when I met her, when I interviewed her. And in 2004, the highest honor, California Teacher of the Year. I interviewed her again. This weekend, Garfield High School, an icon of East Los, is celebrating its centennial. I am proud to share that Mrs. Rosario has been unanimously She has been chosen to represent Garfield on Sunday, September 14th. She will ride on the Mexican Independence Day Parade float in East LA, a true recognition of her impact and legacy. In a time when being an immigrant, speaking another language, or having brown skin is still enough to face discrimination, Mrs. Rosario stands as a role model of resilience, diversity, and Latino pride. She could have retired quietly, but instead, in 2022, she chose to serve once again as a member of the San Ysidro School Board, showing her deep dedication to children and families. For this Hispanic Heritage Month, we honor not just our history, but living examples of leadership. Tonight, I honor my dearest friend, my mentor, and a true Latina warrior, our board president, Senada Rosario. Gracias.
Thank you, that's exactly what I want for all the children in this community and throughout California, and the students from Garfield High School. Thank you. Thank you for all of the leadership for every Latino in our community, in our state. And it's really nice to have these heritage months. It's very important for our children to learn about all cultures. That's very, very important. And you cannot respect another culture if you don't understand your own. And this is something we're going to really work even harder, because we do have a lot of negativism in this country, and everybody is important in this country, every single citizen. So I thank you, and I look forward to celebrating with all our students as well. Thank you.
Well, let's get to we have to make a motion in second, and then we can have a discussion.
So I want to make the motion to adopt the resolution number 2526-0016 designating September 2025, and I always know that it runs into a little bit of October, as National Hispanic Heritage Month in the San Ysidro School District.
I'll second that. Now we can talk.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say, because I had the experience of knowing who Zenaida was when my son went to a presentation with Jaime Escalante. He showed the movie, and he said, did you know that girl that starred in the movie, that was the girlfriend of the mechanic with the curly hair? That's her teacher, Zenaida. I was like, what? Yeah, I said, and then you were there. He presented her, and he said, she was there. It was her. So I got the movie to rent it. I go, that was Zenaida?
Well, because I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend.
But, you know, it was such I thought, wow. And she's like one of our teachers in our school. Wow, that's really going to make it more than that. So I really am not, how would I say, I love what you've done and what you taught in kindergarten with the kids. I've never seen any teacher do what you do, and to make an album for each child every year. An album of them, what they did, what they had as activities. It's really beautiful, and I think it comes from you and how you continue to read books and bring books and talk about reading, which is very important. But you are really something that in our community, to know that you are now a board member, but was a teacher for many years and teacher of the year, it shows what our community can do much more, and it gives our kids that opportunity to see. And I'd like to see that movie, Stand and Deliver, maybe presented to the schools. That would be a good.
It's a middle-aged. Because there's a finger man in that movie, so you know what I mean.
That would be nice. And thank you.
Call.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll call vote. Aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. 13.3, Resolution 2526-0013 to support Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd through the 31st, 2025. Life is a puzzle, solve it drug-free.
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can I say something? I wanted to commend Mr. Rodriguez on the backup of this Red Ribbon Week. What you put on there was really something that I think we've all forgotten why, but I understand and I want to commend you on that because I think that they've forgotten how it started. Mr. Camarena, he killed on that, but it started because of so much drugs. It still continues in different communities, but I remember that I would walk out from my house, West Park, and the kids from La Mirada were walking down to the library in red shirts for Red Ribbon Week. And it was all schools walking, and there was, it was on TV also, but I would like to see if possible, maybe one day out of that week, a red ribbon, we can have the schools and even the staff of the district wear red. I think that would be nice, something to remember that it is a special time and a special way of showing our kids that Ribbon Week is to be drug-free. And I know that they did a lot of drawings and stuff before, and they competed. But when they were walking down and you see that all over San Ysidro, it was something very nice to see all the kids dressed with a red shirt, walking down, some to the library, some came down to, I think there was Civil Garage, so I think it would be nice to see that again in our community. So I don't know, maybe something we could.
And I have sent a request of support to all our site administrators and district administrators for our first day to work with.
Oh, good.
Looking forward to that.
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Thank you. 13.4. Sorry, let's make a motion to pass it. We did, right?
We already voted.
Okay, the vote?
Aye.
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 5-0. 13.4. I didn't. Nomination CSBA Directors at Large, African American and American Indian, to accept the nominations for the CSBA Director at Large. And the nominees are as follows: Chris Clark from Folsom, Cordova USD District, and the American Indian is Christina Cameron Otero from Needles USD District.
I'll make the motion.
I will second.
Okay. Do I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We have a speaker's bid on 13.5 on audited actuals financial report for fiscal year 2024-2025. And I'm sorry, it's allegedly Audra.
I would love to see education defunded because of the things that you guys engage in, especially the narcissistic arrogance that comes from a board like this and trying to gaslight people. You guys are something else. And then you sit and say that you care about all kids, every kid is important, but you're hiding sexual assault because it's embarrassing. It puts a stain on the district, and you act like you're doing it to protect the privacy of the child when we're talking about safety of other children, making sure that sexual abuse and sexual assault doesn't happen to anyone else. You don't bury it and hide it and go, well, for the protection of the child, because that's embarrassing. Of course it is. But if you're gonna hide that, then you are literally culpable and complicit if another child gets abused because you're willing to cover it up. And it's disgusting to see the things that take place, and it's like, you're talking about people are leaving because they aren't having kids. I don't even know what that means. Like, you guys try and make it make sense. There's a depopulation agenda. If you didn't have Planned Parenthood and things that want to, get rid of babies, or all of the transgender affirming care that is literally making sure that there are no children, then it actually makes your guys' job obsolete, right? But yet you guys want to give each other raises, and you're concerned about the, $15,059.22 you get per child per year, that you're like, oh my gosh, I wonder why they're leaving. I don't know, maybe because you guys are covering up sexual assault. And parents should take their kids out when that kind of stuff happens, especially when these are indoctrination centers. They are not a place where you actually get education. Look at society, look at the world around us, and you can smile all you want. Yeah, because we see the fruits of your guys' labor. Yeah, yeah. And you're doing this to children. Yeah. And you don't like to be filmed, which is interesting. Why not? Because you're scared of being exposed. Yes, because if you weren't, you would say, hey, let's put cameras everywhere, right? Instead of saying, oh my gosh, that is so disrespectful. I can't believe you are coming in here and filming. Don't interrupt my time. Do not interrupt my time. You took an oath to the Constitution. You are interrupting my speech, and you have no right to do that. No, you do not. You can be quiet. This is my time, it's not your time. Oh, I know. Your arrogance is off the charts. See? That's why you're supposed to reprove darkness. You're filled with spiritual wickedness, and you know it.
Dr. Barnett, in the future, make sure to share that public comment is actually directed where it was non-public comment, which that exactly was what it was. And it wasn't 3.5. So in the future, we're going to make sure that when people are making comment, they're making comment on the action items they signed up for, not just random non-public comment. That was your opportunity, you already did that. Yeah.
13.6, education protection. We're going to take a vote for this.
So we have to make a motion regarding the unaudited actuals. I'll make the motion regarding the unaudited actuals.
Take the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 13.6, education protection account expenditure report for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Information only. 13.7, resolution number 2526-0014, adopting the GAN limit. Make a motion.
I'll second.
Vote.
Aye.
Aye.
This is for 13.7?
We have public comment on this? No public comment?
No.
Okay. So, Madam President, I'd recommend if we have discussion, we can talk about it in the vote. I have no comment on
I
this.
don't either.
No, I was just asking on one item. We are
13.7.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Motion passes 5-0. 13.8, resolution number 2526-0015, account for compensated absences in accordance with GASB statement number 101.
So,
Second. Take a vote.
aye.
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 Did everybody vote? I did. 5-0. 13.9, resolution number 2526-0017, designating authorized agents to sign bank account, checks, and scores. Make a motion. Okay, Irene makes a motion. I second. The vote?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Matthew Bandy. You are now an authorized agent. On top of everything else. 13.10, open annual public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and Williams settlement legislation.
So moved.
I second.
The vote, aye. Motion passes 5-0. 13.11.
Madam President, we would open the meeting.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. And then depending on whether or not there's comment, then we hear that. And then if we don't have that, then we close the meeting.
So now we're going to,
So we formally vote to open the meeting.
yes, so now is there any, we don't have any public comments, any comments? No.
Okay?
So now we do 13.11, close annual public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and Williams settlement legislation.
So
Second.
Vote. Five.
Aye.
Aye. I have a vote, please. 13.12, resolution 2526-0012, determining sufficiency of instructional materials for fiscal year 25-26.
So
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now for the consent calendar. Okay, we're going to pull.
Well, we don't have to pull, Madam President.
Okay, there's a
What
lot.
we do is, in the beginning, we would have public comment related to every action item, and then later on we pull, if we want.
Okay, that'll make it.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Whatever. 14. You want to do
Well, the thing is that if we vote on the consent calendar, then it all passes, which would be essentially not giving the people who pulled that action item or want to talk about that action item the opportunity to talk. So the bottom line is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joey. Yeah, comments are before. Yeah, exactly. And then, Madam President, if you could actually ask the speakers which action item they're addressing, that way we can talk about it. Or we can listen to their public comment.
Say 14C.1, educational field trips for school year 25-26, Roxanne Palestino.
Hey, my name's Roxanne Palestino, and the agenda shows the exact number of some schools of students going to sixth grade camp. It says 80 from Willow, 80 from Smythe, 60 from La Mirada, and 70 from Sunset. It adds up to 290 seats. But for Ocean View and Vista del Mar, there are no numbers listed. I just want to know what that means. Does it mean that some schools are being given a fair opportunity where every child is allowed to go to sixth grade camp, while others are being restricted with limited numbers? This isn't equity. This is not fair and it's unacceptable. Last year, we had public comments about how kids in special education got excluded from going to sixth grade camp. I just want to know, if it's a Title I school, does everybody get a fair chance? Or that's all you guys are giving 60 students here? So I just want to understand, because just like you guys like to talk about how back in the day you guys did this and that, well, back in my days, everybody got a fair chance to go to sixth grade camp. So I'm really concerned because it's happening again this year. I just want answers to that. I want every kid in sixth grade to be able to get that experience, since we're a Title I school. And I'll say it in Spanish. Mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino y estoy aquí para hablar sobre el punto 14C1 del sixth grade camp. La agenda muestra cifras exactas para algunas escuelas. 80 estudiantes de Vuelo, 80 de Smythe, 60 de La Mirada y 70 de Sunset. Son 290 asientos para ir a sixth grade camp. Pero para Ocean View y Vista del Mar no aparece ningún número. ¿Qué significa eso? Significa que a algunos planteles se les da la oportunidad justa de que todos los niños puedan asistir a sixth grade camp, mientras que en otros se restringe y cupos limitados. Eso no es equidad y no es justo y es inaceptable. El año pasado miramos cómo excluyeron a familias en niños de educación especial sin ninguna invitación, sin ningún aviso, y no me gustaría volver a ver eso este año. Me gustaría que, así como en mis tiempos, que todos nos dieron una oportunidad justa de ir a sixth grade camp, que este año sea se puedan hablar de eso o discutir eso. Esa es mi pregunta, es una curiosidad, no sé, porque solo son 290 asientos para sixth grade camp. Gracias.
I think you can stay because you're next. On the next item, you have 14D.8, third-party data use agreement with Carlin Behavior Health Incorporated.
My name is Roxanne Palestino. I am the secretary of the San Ysidro Community Planning Group, secretary of the San Ysidro Middle School Site Council, and nominee for the Willow School Site Council. I'm also a proud mother of 2 daughters in this district, and I want to raise strong concerns about this item. It's a data sharing agreement with behavioral health and care, SOLIS. This contract gives outside companies full access to our students' private information, allows them to communicate directly with minors, includes platforms like the Trevor Project, which other anonymous chats, group forums, and private conversations. Parents across the country have testified that these features have been used in unsafe ways, including by predators, and that their children were exposed to life-changing conversations without any parent knowledge or consent. I want to remind this board, schools are supposed to be safe places. It means protecting student data and protecting children from unsupervised interactions with strangers online. Where is the parental consent in this agreement? Where is the transparency? Where are the safeguards? The district should never sign away the rights of students and families to third-party companies, no matter how well-intentioned they appear. We do not outsource parenting. We do not outsource privacy, and we should not hand over our children's information in exchange for a quick contract. I urge you guys to vote no on this contract until the district can provide clear answers about safety, data protections, and parental involvement. And to the families here tonight, remember, you have the power to vote for your school site council representatives at Willow. Tomorrow's the last day you guys can vote. Even though the voting process was very, very unfair, we had to file 4 UCP complaints. No one still has answered us with facts. Hopefully you guys got the emails and with proof. But luckily I made it to the list. I was actually nominated after so much pushback. But yeah, thank you. Mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino y quiero expresar mi gran preocupación sobre el punto 14D. El contrato le daría a compañías externas acceso total a la información privada de nuestros estudiantes y les permitirá comunicarse directamente con menores. Eso incluye plataformas como el Trevor Project, que ofrece chats anónimos, foros grupales y conversaciones privadas. Padres en todo el país ya han testificado que estas funciones han sido usadas de maneras peligrosas, incluyendo por depredadores, y que su hijo fueron expuestos a conversaciones.
And you have the next slip. And 14.9, agreement with Gold Star Foods.
Okay. My name is Roxanne Palestino. For years, parents in this district have raised concerns about the quality of food being served to our children, even though you guys just gave awards about how great the food is. I really don't think you guys would eat that food, to be honest. I really don't. But prove me wrong. The same companies that continue the meals that are cold, overly processed, and lacking in nutrition, for many of our families in San Ysidro, like Mr. Antonio Martinez said, school meals are not just a supplement, they are often the most important meals of the day. When we serve children food that is low quality, we're sending the message that their health doesn't matter, that they deserve less than students in other districts. How about you make a poll and see what the kids in Coronado and La Jolla are eating and compare it to what the kids in San Ysidro are eating. We need meals that are fresh, healthy, and supportive of learning. Nutrition is directly tied to energy, focus, and academic success. If our children are too hungry or too undernourished, and now that we know that they're not letting our kids that bring lunch eat food at certain schools, like I believe it was Willow, what a surprise. The district should not simply renew a contract year after year after year without demanding improvements. Gold Star must be held accountable to higher standards. Parents deserve transparency and students deserve food that fuels their bodies and minds. We're not asking for luxury, for a little bit of respect for our children and our families, and for the taxpayers funding these programs. Durante años, los padres de este distrito hemos expresado nuestras preocupaciones sobre la calidad de la comida que se les sirve a nuestros hijos. Las quejas son las mismas: comidas frías, demasiado procesadas y sin suficiente nutrición. Para muchas familias en San Ysidro, las comidas escolares no son solo un complemento, son en muchos casos la comida más importante del día. Cuando damos a los niños comida de baja calidad, que lo dudo que ustedes se atrevan a comerse un plato de comida de lo que le dan a los niños. Yo creo que ni los niños se quieren comer la comida, honestamente. Pero como no nos dejan entrar ni a mirar, no quieren que veamos nada. Pero hay muchos niños que sí hablan y nos cuentan de lo que los que les sirven. Y necesitamos alimentos frescos, saludables, que apoyen el aprendizaje. La nutrición está directamente ligada a la energía, la concentración y éxito académico. Si nuestros hijos tienen hambre o no están bien alimentados, especialmente como en la escuela Willow, donde les están negando el lonche porque traen su propio lonche, es inaceptable. ¿Cómo esperamos que rindan las cuentas? Este distrito no puede seguir renovando contrato año tras año tras año sin exigir mejorías. Gold Star debe rendir cuentas con estándares más altos. Los padres merecen transparencia y los estudiantes también no se lo merecen.
14D11.
Okay.
The amendment number 1 to the agreement with Barnhart Reef Construction Incorporation for the Community Educational Center.
Let's remember the facts, like Ms. Irene Lopez likes to tell us every single board meeting. Bayer Elementary was demolished in 2012 and promised to open up 2 years later. Families were promised under Proposition C of 1997 that a new school would be built on that site. That promise was never kept. Instead, this board has quietly decided to move towards with the so-called Community Resource Center. What happened here is simple. A school was taken from San Ysidro. What we got instead was another broken promise. And now with this amendment, we are preparing to spend over $8 million of taxpayer bond money approved under Measure T and U to build something families never really asked for and never really agreed to. It was a community input during COVID, that there is no record of real participation, no evidence that the families supported this change, and no transparency. It's not just about one building, it's about trust. San Ysidro is growing with new housing developments and more families moving in. It means more students. And everyone knows building a school is going to take 5 to 10 years. If you guys don't start now, in 2030, we will be overcrowded and you'll still be cutting ribbons on offices instead of classrooms. We don't really need another administrative building. We need new classrooms. We need new schools. We need you to finally deliver what was promised more than a decade ago. You still have the power to do what's right, but I'm sure you guys won't vote. I see the ways you guys speak to us, and you guys look like little minions who just, yes, 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 vote, vote, vote. Nobody really truly here for the children. It's a shame. Mi nombre es Roxanne Palestino y estoy aquí para hablar contra el punto 4D1. Recordemos los hechos. La primaria Bayer fue demolida en 2012 después de que el superintendente se llevó el dinero del bond y los dejó en deuda a todos. En 2012 habían dicho que en 2014 iban a hacer otra escuela y ahorita en 2025 ya va a ser un community center. No toman en cuenta todos los proyectos de housing que están haciendo alrededor y siguen planeando y trayendo más. No les importa, ellos prefieren oficinas para adultos, porque no son para los niños, que hacer una escuela. It's a shame, la verdad. ¿Para qué nos van a usar para adultos y los niños qué? ¿En 10 años? Ustedes mismos lo dicen. Y si les van a poner reglas negras, así como el abuelo, el moño de grand opening debería ser negro también. Gracias.
Next, allegedly, ADRA, 14D.6 grant award for the Education for Homeless Children and Youth Program.
So unfortunately, homelessness is a business, and I hope that you guys aren't using this to get money for these kids, because that's what tends to happen a lot of times. Is you keep the business going, you can't actually solve a problem because there's no money in solving a problem. There's money in keeping the problem going so that business can run as usual. And you know, the homeless are exploited, and it's actually a little bit terrifying to think about with CPS, who traffics children, and we pay for it, and they are on school grounds, social workers, and when potentially putting some of these families to be able to have their kids taken because they're homeless. That actually happens, and if you guys think it doesn't, then you are sorely mistaken, and you don't understand human trafficking. You know, I just think it's important to make sure that you're even trying to get them out of that situation, not keep them in it so you can get funding for this actual group of people. You know, the idea is to help people be self-sufficient and thriving, not keep them in a perpetual state of chaos. I don't need to use the rest of my time.
You have the next one, 14D.8, third-party data use agreement with Carlton Behavior Incorporation.
Yeah, this is terrifying because when, you know, people in charge, like you guys, are trying to change the behaviors of people so that, you know, you can shape society in the way that you want, and you're, you know, allowing things like the Trevor Project, which is very dangerous to children. It's like we sit here and we say that we want to protect children, but you can tell that you guys don't, because, you know, kids are given psychotropic drugs when they're actually sexually assaulted. So it makes me wonder if you would, you know, like that little preschooler, to take some psychotropics just so that you can silence the truth. But it's sad because, you know, you talk about things being drug-free, but when we talk about behavioral health, there's a lot of medications that children are being given. Like, because they have a hard time dealing with things like society, the way society puts a lot of pressure on them to conform to a certain thing, and if you don't, well, then we'll medicate you. That's why the County of San Diego wants to hire 19,000 behavioral health workers. There's 18.5 thousand workers total. So there is a problem when we're sitting here talking about going from mental health to behavioral health, and people literally say, we have to change their behaviors. And then you get upset because, like, your behaviors, I mean, shoot, it'd be nice to give you guys some psychotropic drugs, right? Yeah, it's just interesting, the things that take place with children, and it's really sad that you guys get paid to do this. I'll move on to the next one.
14D.9, agreement with Gold Star Foods.
Here we go again. So you guys you love giving accolades to yourselves and act like, you know, we're getting awards because the food is so good. There's foods that are banned in Europe that are served at these schools because of what they do to people's bodies, and our brains need to be fed nutrition, not just a bunch of toxic things like, you know, different dyes, sugars, all these things that you wonder why kids have a hard time sitting there and paying attention. Another thing that has to do with that are LED lights. It actually affects the behaviors of children, and instead of looking into things like that, you want to dismiss it and act like it's not a factor in behaviors of people. So when you are, you know, talking about giving children food, you should be making sure that it is nutritious and not just processed foods that you probably wouldn't even eat. Or maybe you do, you probably eat a lot of crappy food yourselves. But it's just sad that we sit here and you virtue signal like what you're doing for children is so great. And again, you know, it's proven that that's not true when sexual assault happens, and none of you guys want to even talk about it. Sad. We'll go on to the next.
14D.11, the agreement with Barnhart Reese Construction for the Community Education Center.
All right, well, this is interesting because it's funny when people say like it's insulting when people are talking about people don't know what they vote for. You don't know how often I hear people are like, especially on any election, who should I vote for? Can you tell me what you've researched so I know who to vote for? So it's actually pretty funny that you actually think people pay attention, especially when votes are rigged, like the elections across the board are rigged. And whether or not you want to admit that, you're gonna silence my time because I'm talking about you guys voting on something. Wow, look at that. Look at that. He's gonna go and try and silence my free speech. You guys are funny. Oh, he's gonna go to the bathroom, sure. But yeah, you guys wanna sit here, and if you're putting something on a ballot, but you're putting the information all the way pages deep, you think people really pay attention to that? Of course not. Of course not, because they'd rather have somebody else tell them how to vote, and that's how you bury things like this, and then you take what you promised the people and turn it into something else, and then gaslight them and be like, this is what the people wanted. When obviously that's not true, and it's just sad that the arrogance and, oh my gosh, it's just funny, it's so thick. It smells like sulfur up here, but anywho, let's go on to the next.
14D.14, amend number 3 and work authorization to master agreement with PlaceWorks.
So this is for additional soil sampling. I kind of like to couple that with the next one because it's partially, are you cool with that? It's the landscape services. Yeah? So, you know, when we're doing things like spraying Roundup and different things, taking care of landscape or, whatever, things that children are going to be playing on, I think we need to be mindful of the toxic chemicals that are sprayed, because in Carlsbad there was, the water was toxic, and the kids were playing on the fields and they were actually getting sick. So I think if, there's problems with this soil and you're going to be building on time, and you really need to think about if that's the best idea, if there is something going on with the soil that you don't want to put people in danger because there's something toxic. It's like, look what's been going on with San Ysidro, the Tijuana River Valley for decades. I mean, it's like, instead of fixing the problem, we're like testing people, giving them some kind of air purifier. I mean, not really solving the problem. So instead of putting people's lives in danger by saying that that's like the only way to take care of whatever it is, like the lawn or, whatever, we need to be, thinking about how that affects everybody and how much money we're spending to do that. And so when you're doing things like landscaping, make sure that there's other things that you can use that aren't toxic to take care of pests or, whatever it is. I mean, and I just feel like I could sit here for a minute and 17 seconds just to piss you guys off. Actually, I would like to take a moment of silence for a minute for the child who was sexually abused, the preschooler, who you guys are trying to hide and you didn't tell anybody for a very long time. So let's take a moment of silence for that child. Just wondering if you guys would tell that child that everyone is safe.
Mary Davis. You have 14
14D.4 and 14D.
Yes, Mary Davis, good evening. So 14D4, this is the agreement with Borderland Cybersecurity. And I wanted to talk to both all the trustees, the superintendent, as well as your tech guys. And I'm sure the tech people are probably familiar. First of all, for the audience, that this covers the firewall system for cybersecurity. And I wanted to relay the story of Oldsmar Water District in Florida. It's a very interesting case study, and again, your tech guys probably know about it, and it's never been fully resolved. You can talk both to the FBI and to the Pinellas County Sheriffs, and there's a lot of finger pointing and a lot of different stories, so I'm still digging, but I did pull public records from that, and at the end of the day, what it turned out, and this seems to be the most plausible, that it was a third-party vendor that had a compromised footer that got code infiltrated to it. It was a utility that did business with a water company. And so not only was Oldsmar attacked, but another utility was also attacked. And they did it by not attacking the district directly, they did it by, somebody who does business with the district. So I would encourage you to have in like all your contracts that any person that you do business with, that a condition of doing business is to have all of their software up to the most current versions, because that's what they were using, outdated versions of the software, and that was how they were able to get in and insert the code. So I would include that as a clause. I did find it interesting too that for this, it says that Borderland is a third-party provider of manufacturer products and services, which are then actually resold and provided as services. So I don't know how far down the rabbit hole all these outside providers go that are actually providing this stuff to Borderland, but that's concerning also. How many people are you actually working with just besides Borderland? And then also, I really give a strong, speaking of student safety and we're on cybersecurity, Roblox. I've got to sound the alarm on Roblox, and I don't know how many of you, if you put out a safety alert to your children, no child should be on Roblox. If you follow a man, he's a young kid, Schlepp is what he goes by on social media. Roblox, and again, this is so typical of institutions, he was exposing the predators on Roblox, and they actually went after him, and because they circled the wagons and they doubled down and they tried to lock out Schlepp. So that's why institutional integrity is important, and Roblox is a case study of bad institutional integrity, and also please put a safety alert out, keep your students off Roblox. And then now I'll move on to D19. This is the agreement with Raptor Technologies. And again, for those who might not be familiar with it, Raptor is a system, many districts use it for student and campus, or outsider campus access. And I'm going to relay a personal story. Again, as a watchdog, I go to many districts. I did a site visit to a school in Cajon Valley. And so I went in, they ran me through the Raptor system. It wasn't until afterwards, in fact, I think it was your board letter, so thank you for being transparent in the information, that if you get run through the Raptor system, they are actually doing a background check on you. And I take great exception with Cajon Valley having done that. I think it's a good idea. I absolutely believe that everybody should be run through the sex database. What my issue is a privacy notice. I think anybody who shows up your campus has the right to know that they're being run through a sex registry. The other issue I have is a good, robust safety policy for your campus staff. Because I asked Cajon Valley, I'll get it to you in a minute in the statistic, but I mean, imagine you're the office clerk, guy comes up, you run them, you find out you're a sex offender. The clerk is standing there with who knows what else their criminal history is. So I need a robust safety process for your clerks. So what happens when a positive comes up? This is the email that I got from Cajon Valley. They said they've been using it since 2014, that the system checks all visitors against the Megan's Law database, and their district does not directly disclose that. So again, I have an issue with Cajon Valley. I hope you are very transparent and will disclose that to the people that come up. The other issue, this is a huge safety concern for me. Since January 2020, there have been 505 false matches. That seems like a very high amount of people that are getting flagged as a potential sex offender. So it makes me wonder, where in the flaw in the system? Is that on Raptor's end? Is it on the school data? Where are all these? That's a phenomenal amount of false positives in the 10 years. And then they had 29 confirmed offenders flagged. And again, so the court office clerk is standing there with a potential sex offender, right? So again, a robust safety. And then also I asked for the data. They had the data, they had the numbers. I'm asking you to track the data. How many people do you run? How many come in? How many are false? So they did a very good job and were very transparent, and I give Cajon Valley credit for that. I'm asking you to rise to that level as well. And they said that their data is publicly available back to 2018. So just a little bit on the Raptor system, transparency. Thank you so much.
Now we'll do our consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
So moved.
A second.
I have them both. Ready? Okay, 14C.1. 14D.4. 14D.6. 14D.8. 14D.9. 14D.11. Well, no, actually, that one, I already asked my questions.
So no D11?
No to 11. And 14D.15.
D.18?
15.
Oh, 15.
And 14D.19.
D is a David.
D. Oh, sorry. I'm not gonna speak on some of them, but I will vote differently. So I need to pull them out as well.
The ones you want to pull, you have the opportunity to pull right now. As of now, I have 15C as in cat point 1.
14.
Oh, excuse me, 14C as in cat point 1. 14D as in David point 4. 14D as in David point 6. 14D as in David point 8. 14D as in David point 9. 14D as in David point 15. And 14D as in David point 19.
Okay, so
Also, excuse me, you also requested 14C.2.
No, not that I didn't hear that.
they will be also 14D.11, which I said.
Okay, so then you pull that.
Yeah, I will pull it out, and 14D.12
Okay.
and 14D.14.
Okay.
Mr. Martinez, would you like to amend your?
Yeah, I'd like to amend my motion to exclude 14C.1, 14D.4, 14D.6, 14D.8, 14D.9, 14D.11, 14D.12, 14D.14, 14D.15, and 14D.19.
I say.
No, Ms. Rosario already seconded that. So we already have to vote on this.
We have to vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Those passed by vote.
So then, Ms. Rosario, you go through each one. Yes, for a motion, a second, and then we vote on it, or if there's discussion, we have that discussion.
14C.1, education and field trips for school year 25-26.
So moved.
I second.
Do we have a discussion?
Yeah. So regarding the field trips for all schools and all students, I just want to make sure that every field trip, our special education students will be included in all of these trips, field trips. And that's a question. Will all special education students be included in these field trips?
Board Member Peraza, each individual teacher gets to choose their field trips. So some choose to go as a grade level and some choose to go as an individual class.
Oh,
It's up to the teacher.
Okay, so if a sixth grade class, no, not a class, if a sixth grade, all of the groups are invited to field trips, are also sixth grade special education students will be invited?
It's up to the teacher how the teacher chooses to do their field trips.
Well, I do not agree with that. If there's a sixth grade field trip, every sixth grader should be able to go, including special education. And because if not, that's just simple, as simple as that, that's just exclusion. And students and parents should be the ones deciding not to go, not the teacher and not the district. If a sixth grade groups are thinking about not taking special ed to field trips, then neither of the sixth graders should go. So sixth grade or any grade field trips, special education students need to be invited. And they should be the ones saying no, they don't want to. Because there has been also concerns from before where special education students haven't been invited to these field trips. And that is, first of all, heartbreaking for them and their parents. And I don't see how this is not exclusion. So I want to make sure that every grader of different levels are invited to every school trip.
Board Member Peraza, not all grade levels go on the field trip together. So in some cases, a school of sixth grade students maybe will have 4 sixth grade classrooms. 2 might go on one field trip and 2 might go on a different field trip. So it's not the case that the whole grade level always goes on field trips.
Okay, if that is the example, if there's 4 classrooms, then divide them in 2 days, if that's necessary. If there's 2 groups of special ed and 2 general ed classrooms, then 1 special ed and 1 general ed. It needs to be fair. That's all. It needs to be fair. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And also, I would like, yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Board Member Peraza, all of our special education students do go on field trips. I want to assure you of that.
I know that. I know.
And in the lower grades, what happens is every teacher has a field trip, and they don't just say, I want to go there because I want to go there. They're designated for grade level. In lower classes, they have less kids, so sometimes they piggyback and they share with another classroom. So that gives them 2 field trips instead of 1. So they decide amongst themselves based on the list of field trips that are required, and they do communicate to each other who wants to share a bus. So the teachers do get to choose where they go, and if there's room, then students are all taken. That's every single teacher, whether special ed or regular ed classrooms. So our children are very fortunate because in many districts, they've done away with field trips. If they go anywhere, they have to raise the money and they have to take the trolley, public transportation. Our district has always made it a priority to save funding so that every classroom can go on at least one field trip. But I know our students go on many because, you know, they do the fundraising and they go the extra miles to have those extra field trips for their students.
So if there's fundraising, special ed is to be included as well. And I don't know, Ms. Rosario, do you agree that special education?
I'm not here to agree or disagree, I'm just saying the way field trips run. So I'm
well,
done with that one?
then I'll just say the facts.
Well, here's
Special education, sixth graders last year were not, some of them, most of them were not invited to the Cuyamaca camp.
I think what Ms.
No,
Barras is
I
trying
haven't finished.
No, well, let me finish, because I think we had two different things. What you're proposing is a change in policy, which is not this action item. This action item is essentially approving the educational field trips that are listed based on the school year. If you want to bring an issue regarding changing policy and how we run our field trip program.
What is that policy?
That's policy, because it's two different things. You're talking about changing policy.
It's not different things.
It's very different.
How special ed
No.
is different from general ed?
This is, essentially what this action item is approving the field trips that are listed. This is not essentially policy, which is what you're proposing.
And I'm
Those
just
two different things.
asking, special ed will be included in these field trips because in the list, some of them just say special ed classes, some of them don't. And they're listed for grades, 4th and 5th grade, and then there's some other that says 4th, 5th grade SDC class. So the ones that don't have SDC means that special ed will not be invited? Well, if sixth graders are going to Legoland, our special education students do not deserve to go? Do you think that would not be heartbreaking for them? If they see the bus of all the general education sixth graders leaving to Legoland, and special ed students are not going, do you think that's fair? Do you think that's quality, equity, everything, whatever you want to call it?
So again, we're talking about two different things.
It's not different.
We're talking, no, let me break it down. This action item is a list of the educational field trips that we need to approve and we need to vote on. What you're talking about is policy. Policy in terms of how we run our field trip program regarding what you mentioned in terms of equity. So it's two different things. So obviously you can say what you want in terms of the policy that you're proposing, but in terms of this action item, that's not what it's about. This is a list of field trips that we have to approve. So it's two different things.
Any other board member will be additional, not different, because we are approving which, if bottom line, we're just approving the special ed is going with general ed in the same class, in the same field trips, that's all. Like, can I not have, well, I already had an answer, which I do not agree on, and if everybody agrees on not having special education students in field trips with other sixth graders, then that's on you.
That's not what this action item is, actually. It's
And
two different things.
And I'd like to say, I've been there at school when I see special ed children and regular classrooms, and this is La Mirada, several times.
But I mean, it's still, the point I'm trying to make is that that's different conversations. We're talking about policy, which is what Mr. Ross is proposing. That's fine, we can talk about policy and an action item in a future agenda, but what this particular action item is essentially a list of educational field trips for us to approve. Two different things for this year, two different things.
Okay, then.
So I'd like to call the vote just because.
Just one last thing. For example, here it says, SeaWorld, 5th grade and 6th grade, all students in these grades. Legoland, 5th grade, 6th grade, all students in this grade. And then, for example, in Okay, there's another one, Smile. Legoland, 5th grade and special ed. Legoland. And then in La Mirada, Legoland, it says 5th grade, 6th grade, but it doesn't say special ed. That's my point. That's my point. Like,
Well, that's a policy issue that we can discuss at the next meeting. This essentially is the list of trips. So you're talking about two different things.
it is the list of trips, but
So I'd like to call the vote
plan
because
for the
that's,
whole
Yes.
year.
you got your
Okay,
notes.
let's take the vote.
Aye.
I agree that these field trips be approved for our students for the 25-26 school year. I second.
No, we already have it. I motioned it, Mr. Arias seconded it, and we would
Now
like
take
to
the
vote.
vote, aye.
Aye.
Okay, no with a note, and please, Dr. Potter, put it on record, of revising policy regarding field trips for special education. Thank you.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 no. 14D.4, agreement with Borderland Cybersecurity.
So moved.
Second is in discussion.
Yes, so I thought what Ms. Davis brought to the table is very, very interesting for us to keep in mind. So I will request for this so we can look for a more robust safety measures. And 14, hold on a second. I know I was talking about the other one. Okay, no, for this one, I just absent my vote.
Okay. So I'd like to call the vote. Ysidro Stadio is in the restroom right now, so I'm taking over as president, or in this case as lead of the board meeting. I'd like to call the vote. Aye.
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 And then we have one abstention, and actually technically two abstentions, with Ysidro Stadio not being here. Motion passes. So yeah, so the next one we have is 14. This is 14D as in David point 4. 3-0 passes, 2 abstentions. Next up, we have 14D as in David point 6. Do I have a motion to approve grant award for the Education for Homeless Children and Youth Program?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Arias. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Second by Mrs. Lopez. We have discussion?
Yes, I have a question, and it's a very simple one. What is the exact purpose of this grant, and what will be used for?
Okay, we have Mr. Bojorquez and Ms. Medina as the leads on this.
So basically what we use with that mental funds is we purchase a lot of school uniforms. You see the school uniforms at our school sites, and we give those to our children, so we purchase the school uniforms. We also pay for 6th grade camp. For the students that are under the residential, they get to go to camp for free. And which we get to bless the students with those funds, because our families that can't afford it would be able to go to camp. We also pay for field trips, like for example, the one that we had yesterday, we paid for a charter bus, and the students were able to shop with the police officer. And we also pay for other field trips, such as certain events that we have during Christmas time, where our families go shop at Walmart and send 100 kids to go shopping and get gift cards. We use sometimes some of those funds for fuel during the Thanksgiving. We give out turkeys. We purchase a lot of the things for our students that they need in the classroom. Sometimes it's shoes for certain special education students. We purchase diapers. We purchase wipes. For our students, we purchase lice kits at the school sites. There's certain things that we use with these funds, and it's not that much. It's basically like $75,000 a year. And I actually built the grant for our district, and before it used to be a lot more because we had a lot more homeless students, but our numbers have also increased in dental, and so that has dropped the amount to $75,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this, all of this list is only for, well, our kids in the homeless, yes,
For families.
only for them.
Only for families and for students, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Constable?
aye.
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 Motion passes by vote. 14G.8, third-party data use agreement, Carlton Behavioral Health.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to say, I don't know if you already seen, or it was in your folders. Thank you for printing this for me, but I did a small research of what Carillion Behavior Incorporation and also Care Solace, the agreement with Care Solace. I put out a little bit of information of what the risk of having this provider or service as Care Solace can do. Not sure if you have any questions regarding the research that I did. Includes the match service tool that they do to match with other people or services, depending on the student's need, how easy it is for Care Solace to apply for a job as a consultant in Care Solace. It's very easy. I know it says that it requires an NPI number. Well, the thing is, it doesn't require it, which is alarming. I mean, you have the option to do it, but it doesn't require it. It doesn't have the star on it. And also, if they do want to fill up an NPI number, it's very easy to make the application online and then just research for the code, for the taxonomy code. You can only just research a code and you can just submit that code. And also to have the NPI, National Provider Identifier application, the license number, it says if applicable. So meaning you don't have to put the license number. And also the state territory where issued, it also says if applicable. And yeah, like I said, to get a code, a taxonomy code, it's very easy. You can just go to another website, which is the Healthcare Provider Taxonomy Code Set, where, for example, you can just have a code for adolescent medicine, internal medicine physician. You can just grab the code and put it in the NPI application, and when you receive that NPI number, then you can just add it if you want to the Care Solace application. So, do you have any questions about this? And also, after that, Care Solace is a strongly friend, I will say, of this company, Trevor Project. The Trevor Project has raised many concerns in years for many parents and the community, where it's a platform where kids from 13 years or older can create an account and go into all of these groups of people and then just chat, or they can just have a counselor. And I'm sorry about that, there have been findings where predators are in these groups and where they're talking to children, and some of them have helped, counselors have helped children transition gender to the actual gender, of course, and then this is not about opposing for this gender transition, but it is to oppose without the parent consent, because parent consent is not required for the Trevor project. And it's very concerning because parents have their children transition in a very early age, 13, 14, 15 years old, and they don't know. They don't know how it happened. They don't know who consulted with, and they ended up finding out that it was because the Trevor Project or people who work there have been grooming kids into this type of thing, plus the predators that have been found in this platform. So first of all, do you have questions?
Are there any other comments?
Okay, then
I have one question for Mr. Cortez. The third-party data use agreement, what is the intent of the data?
The state requires for us to go into a tri-party agreement, both with the agency that the state uses and with the agency that the board has already approved, which is CARA. The objective of that agreement is to guarantee the safety of the data through the HERPA and FEPA requirements. So that's what is being presented to you.
So essentially, it's just for them to safeguard our data.
But between Care Solace, which Care Solace has a menu of services and partners and people who can have information of our students.
Are there any other comments?
Yes.
Call for the vote.
Just to finalize, I will say I'm voting no on this item. We are being asked to approve this item, a data sharing agreement with Carrillo Behavioral Health and Care Solace for a mental health program for children and youth. At first, a 200,000 grant might sound like a good thing, but this is a grant that comes with strings attached, including rules, conditions, and confidential pass agreements that the public cannot access. Accepting this money could lock our district into long-term obligations that take away transparency and limit how much control we as a board and community really have over how these services are provided. Why this worries me? Care Solace has been actively promoting the Trevor Project, a group that allows kids as young as 13 years old to enter private chats and conversations with adults without their parents knowing, which, by the way, is very similar to their own model of care matching self-services tool, which is here in the research that I gave it to you. Parents have the right to know and approve who is talking to their children, especially about sensitive, life-changing topics like mental health and gender identity. Even if this only happens to one student, that one is too many. When Care Solace promotes services like this, it raises serious concerns about what might come into our schools under this agreement. Our district already has trained staff and programs to support our students, and plus our staff keeps receiving professional development to identify these type of situations. We don't need to hand over control to outside companies or corporations that don't answer to this board or to parents of our multi-language community. The $200,000 is not worth it if it comes with heightened obligations and the risk of even one child or family being harmed, as it happened before in this same program. Our first duty as board members is to protect our students and support our parents. I cannot support this agreement, and I urge my fellow board members to vote no. Plus, we need to cancel this contract now before we face serious consequences later. Let's keep these services local, transparent, and and under our control, where parents are fully informed and involved every step of the way. Thank you.
Vote.
Aye.
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 I'm gonna abstain.
No. 3 ayes, 1 abstain, and 1 no. Motion passes. 14D9.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement with Gold Star, sorry. We have a second?
I second.
We have discussion.
Yes, so it was my understanding from before that our food providers, in this case Gold Star, does contracts with local food vendors. So my question is, which from our region or even from our district do we have contract with local farmers or local vendors?
Board Member Peraza, I believe that's different than the agenda item at hand, which is specific to Gold Star Foods.
How is it different?
You're asking about local vendors.
Yeah, but don't they contract local vendors? That was my, and that's also what I searched in their website.
I see. Thank you for clarifying your question.
Yeah.
Board Member Peraza, since you're searching online, do you have the answer there of which local vendors?
No, I don't have it here. I think it depends on the region.
I see. We'll go ahead and put that in one of your documents for the board, and we'll get back to you on your RFI.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, as I asked before, I would like to see what brands and food we are serving to our kids. It's very important that we keep in mind the healthier options, which I see Gold Star tries to do, and also to avoid dyes and all the new healthy regulations that I hope they do fill, and to avoid those red dyes that are so harmful as well. And those were my questions. Thank you.
Take the vote.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
1 abstain and 4 ayes. Motion passes. And it's 14D.11.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
No.
So I think we're ready to vote.
Take the vote.
Aye.
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 It's 4-1.
So 4-1.
Motion
Motion passes. 14D.15.
D.12.
12.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion. We're ready to vote?
Vote.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye. 4 to 1. 14D.15.
14, Madam President.
Okay.
And I'll make the motion for
I'll
that.
second.
Take the vote.
Discussion, none? Aye.
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 No.
4-1.
4-1.
14D.15, and I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yes. Okay, so my question is, do we have the permissions required by the city to have these fences? I know that each city has different requirements and different permissions, so I just want to make sure we do fulfill those requirements and those permissions.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something. So this is item 14D.15. First of all, I just want to double check, correct? 14D.15?
Yes.
Right. And so this is with regard to a pedestrian gate, not necessarily a fence. And whenever we do any construction, any type of work by contract or otherwise, we are required, mandated by law as a school district to have all the appropriate approvals. And so in this case, the answer is yes. We have gone through the approval process.
Okay, and, well, I didn't pull out the next one, which is 14D.16, but it's similar. Is it the same case?
Yes.
Okay, and that's it. We need to
So that we call the vote.
Take the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. By roll. 14D.19.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes. First of all, thank you, because I'm assuming that now we're having these technology for all of our schools.
That would be, if approved by the board, this would allow us to implement at all of our sites, not just schools. And so as an example, at Sunset, we have two different programs technically. And so both programs, as an example, at Sunset will be able to use it.
Okay. So I would like to, well, first remind parents about this new system and how will they be able to use it, if we can make that available for our parents, our families, and maybe through the highlights. And I also think that what Ms. Davis brought up is also very important to have in mind, to have a robust safety plan. And also as transparency about letting everybody know that this system also identifies sex offenders. So that, and also creating a pattern and or a track data will be very important for us to have. So 3 things: let parents know about the system, how they can use it. 2, let them know that this system does identify sex offenders. And 3, to create a track data of the people who are coming in and out, and maybe in with this background. So.
Okay, we can call the vote.
I actually just have one comment I'd like to make. I actually also agree with the comments made by Ms. Mary Davies on training for our clerks and our staff in the event that we do run into somebody who's flagged on the proper protocol. I think that is of the utmost importance. I don't disagree with that, so I think we need to be doing that. That's appropriate.
If I may, that is part of the package, the training will be included.
Great, thank you.
The vote.
Aye.
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 By roll.
Okay, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess back into closed session at 10:24 p.m.
Second.
All right, well, let me backtrack on that in terms of that motion. I'd like to make a motion to extend our board meeting 30 more minutes. Well, in this case, to 11 p.m.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now I'd like to make a motion to recess into closed session at 10:25 p.m.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, recess back to closed session.
No.
Madam President, we are.
We are back from closed session. There is nothing to report. We will now adjourn the meeting at.
Madam President, I'd like to
Oh,
make
yes.
the motion to adjourn at 11:26 p.m.
I'd like to second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.